Hi, hello. Welcome to another Saturday hobby hangout painting. Today I'll be doing the Legio Fortidus colours on a Warlord Titan that I've already assembled and prepared for this evening. So this is the little fella who will be getting some paint added to it. Let's sort out lights. There you go. Hello everyone. Nice to see you. Thank you for dropping by. So already built, assembled, magnetized, everything that I need to do to get this lovely machine, and I absolutely love Warlords. The kit themselves is one of my favourite ones to actually build, compared to say like a Warbringer, which while I love the model, it takes a lot longer to actually assemble a Warbringer than it does a Warlord, because you compartmentalize it. So when you're actually building, when you're focusing on the legs first, I always do, assemble in the sub-assemblies, and then with my basing, as you all know, I like to use the Civitas buildings and basically just take a knife to them, or clippers to them in this occasion, and make some ruins to actually give the illusion of scale. Where it helps out quite a lot, I find anyway. And then with various pieces of broken parts of kit and everything, I scatter them around in random positions. I use my own sort of sand mixing to actually give a little bit more rubble-strewn battlefield of the grim dark future, at which point I will go over it with a grey primer. I use a brand from a certain car suppliers that you find in the UK. You'll probably find something similar wherever you are. But from that base, I then go over it with Mechanicum Standard. I suppose you could use Mechanicum Standard, but as I said, the brand of spray that I use, I find it's quite good, and I enjoy using it, basically. I also use that for priming a model kit, because if, for example, I get some more Forge World upgrades, I always like to go over it all with this grey primer first to make sure that when I do get the upgrades, once I spray it with Lead Belcher, which is the next phase, it's not going to be a different colour or too different, because obviously the paint will react to the surfaces that it's going on to. So with that, as I said, back to the base, I will go with Mechanica Standard. Then I will dry brush it with Tyrant Skull, which will pick up, as you can see, so, there you go, the lightness, so it also gives it more depth. But then once that's done, at this stage now, I've done Mechanical Standard, I've done the Tyrant Skull, and I have, to try and make the building stand out a little bit more, I've actually dry brushed that with Rakarth Flesh. So again, another sort of like earthy tone, but gives it a slight sort of difference from the base. It's only marginal, but it does help out, because after these phases, I will be going over it with Agrat Surfshade. With that, the Agrats will help shade in some places, as I've explained before in a previous video. With the Agrats, sometimes I go a little bit heavier around the feet sections to again give that sort of sense of shadow where the ground has been depressed by a weight of this 40 to 50 meter tall Titan. Depends if it's resting or if it's extended, or what's on its shoulders as well. But yeah, so with this, as you see, I've gone over certain panels with Skull Crusher Brass, and that's the base for the Gryph-hound Orange, which there it is. So, which is a contrast paint. So with that, I was experimenting on several methods with trying to do the Legio Fortidus scheme. And obviously there's a few oranges to choose from, but I was trying to replicate how it actually looks in the book. So I experimented using lead belcher base, because I do like to go over contrast with metallics, because again, sometimes you get the metallic sort of shining through, so it gives a really nice sort of effect. And I tried that with lead belcher, like just straightforward lead belcher. Then I went over with a bit of iron breaker on one. I even used some like storm host silver to see how the Gryph-hound orange would react once dry. Now, using the silver as a base, the orange looked more brown. So it was more like a chestnut sort of colour that he was getting. And as I said, I experimented with all the little spare pieces of armour plating from previous kits that I didn't use, just to see how to get that sort of effect that you do get with the Legio Fortidus orange. So there's one I got earlier. So you can see, try and get this, I've been messing about with the lights, so because last week it was a bit dark. So actually, there you go. So you can see it a bit better there. So you still get the metallicness of the skull crusher underneath coming through just a little bit, but it adds and warms up the orange, so it's not as brown. And what I do after that is I do tend to sort of go over it a little bit with the Fugan orange, just to orange it up that little bit more. You can leave it with the Gryph-hound, but for my personal taste, I used a little bit of that, but then also gave it a light sort of mixed wash of Agrax to make sure it sort of toned in with the metals on the actual trim, because if you look at the artwork for the Legio Fortidus, the trim is sort of metallic-y brown, but not brown. It has that sort of very sort of like dirty, earthy, as if you may have even, you could probably even go over it with typhus corrosion, to sort of get that same sort of effect, because it's a very strange colour. But as I said, the nearest I've got to it is literally just going over the edges, which was the lead belcher initially, and then just going over with Agrax repeatedly, just to try and tone it down to get that look that I felt was, you know, similar to what I was aiming for. But yeah, so that gives you sort of the basics that you would be looking for on that anyway. So I thought I'd bring that down and Reaver Titan as well. Now this guy was actually a salvage job, because during the last lockdown, embarrassing, I was just looking to sort of supplement my Fortidus force, and I was just milling around on eBay one day, and I saw that somebody was selling a semi-built Reaver. It did need a little bit of work, repositioning. I had to break off some of the plates and then try and refix them, amongst other things. But I got it into a fairly straightforward stance and reworked the weapons. And yes, I had to sort of take it back, because it was painted in a gold spray, retributed gold spray, which I thought at the start, oh well, that will save me having to paint the skull crusher. But yeah, I had to do a fair amount of work to try and get it back to start again, basically. So I just scrubbed it and just went straight from my normal process. But in the end, it actually worked out quite well. Again, when I do striping, obviously using Tamiya tape of various widths, this was a 5mm width that I used on these ones. But I will do the plates first, so use my process with the skull crusher, Gryph-hound, etc., and go all orange, and then apply the Corax white. because trying to do it the other way would be more of a long-winded process, in my opinion. And as you know, I'm all about trying to make it as easy as possible with everything. Now, with the Legio Fortidus colour schemes, this was purely, I wasn't looking at doing orange, but I do like, with my ever-growing collection of Titans, to do some variances, because when I look at them, I think, well, okay, I've got, you know, Legio Solaria, they're green. Legio Kratos, they're green. And then you think, oh, okay, I've got a couple of red ones, and I've got, you know, the blue and white, and got the black with red. So I thought, wow, well, orange. And it was Vincent Notley who sort of inadvertently asked me to experiment with a easy method of doing Fortidus. And so I thought, well, I'm not doing anything at the moment, so I did. And I really liked how it came out. And it is, although there's a few more steps than normal, I did find it was actually quite straightforward to do. So yeah, it was. I'm really chuffed with it at the end. As I say, it does look really nice, especially the contrasting colours between the white and the orange. It's very striking. And so you pick out other colours there. So that was the Skull Cross of Brass. I went over Agrax and then just highlighted it, I think, with just a little bit of Liberator. I didn't go heavy with the highlighting, or just dry brushing, basically. I just wanted to give it a little bit of a flick with a dry brush, just to give it a little bit extra to bring it out and make it stand out more. And the banner, or the sort of, well, the ribbons, as such, that is straightforward Rakar flesh. Then I wash it with Agrax when I do everything. And then I give it another little dry brush of Skull. Bingy Skull. Can't think of the name, and I don't think I've got the paint. Oh, Screaming Skull. There you go. So Screaming Skull, which you can see, has a little sort of dry brush over that to again give the illusion of depth and highlighting, basically. And after that, I used a micro pen to actually write. I don't know if you'll be able to pick this up. So Fortidus, Legio Fortidus, or no, so just Fortidus actually, 4 letters, and then done some like little wiggly lines to represent script. So that's basically how they should turn out. I'm fairly confident I can't really muck this up too badly, he says, but you never know. We have been looking at cameras, and we have got a camera now, but we haven't got a proper, well, a support mechanism for it. So that's been put off, and hopefully next week, when I get some time, me and Sam can actually get down and try and set this up. So you'll actually have, unfortunately, you'll have to put up with me in the corner or something, and then the actual work that I'm doing. But like last week, I will be actually allowing myself to actually hold it closer to my face than I normally do, because I normally go into sort of head down, and nobody wants to see my forehead or the top of my head, especially if I'm trying to speak to you as well. So without further ado, I will start with popping in the Gryph-hound. Obviously, we need to give that a little bit of a shake. So whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to have a slurp of drink, because talking really does sort of dry you out quite quickly. So are you, any of you that are viewing tonight, actually hobbying? What are you building? And what are your further hobby plans? I'd also like to know if anybody saw what was on the Warhammer community or the Warhammer Fest today, because I think there was some angel type thing, but that's all I saw. The last thing I actually saw was the Imperial Guard from yesterday and the Orcs, which looked pretty cool. I'm not starting an Orc army, and I'm not starting an Imperial Guard army. So yeah, so if you've seen anything like that, feel free to drop something in the chat or just say hello. Apart from that, I'm going to get busy with painting once I find the brush that I'm looking for, which is there. So, always wet the brush down as well just beforehand, just to loosen up the bristles. So, using this is just the one brush, and literally I'm just sort of scratching it into position. So you don't have to, you get quite good coverage with contrast paints. So it's nice and easy to sort of control, and you get quite a nice colour. So you can see the orange standing out really well so far. And go to the other side. Now, I was looking up in the Loyalist Legio book, which you will probably see on the thumbnail for this video. Because you do, obviously, with all the Loyalist Legios in there, you do get a little bit of art, which is always handy for referencing. And I'm going to try and replicate, I believe it's called Bastion of Sorrow, although it says one name on the banner, but the name on the actual write-up for the engine is different. So I'll be naming this something else, because the main difference between Bastion of Sorrow and this is that the head, this is a Mars Beta head, which is more recognised as being a fire wasp head, because in the instructions, if you ever got a large 40k warlord, and went for the Mars Beta head, in the description of it, it actually says there that it's recognisable because the Legio Ignatum used quite a lot of them in their warlords. So that was always going to be an option for me, but it was just a standard head on the Fortidus model. But I thought, no, I won't be doing that particular one, and I will be naming this something later once I get around to actually thinking about it. My first problem is getting it painted. So that's what we're here for today. Now, I was actually also considering, it was someone on Twitter who I think I interact with on occasions on the Artis Empire stream, was apologising that he wouldn't be able to sort of join today, but he asked to make sure I stomped on some infantry. So I managed to find. No, can't see him. So small. There you go. So the old epic Space Marines, which I had painted a few years ago. No, tell me what, I've redone these. I used the Iandan contrast on these to see how that would turn out. So it's there. Unfortunately, because they're loyalists and that's a loyalist Titan, it's not going to stop on them. It's just going to there posed. So partly done what was requested. If it was a traitor engine, yep, he would have been stomping all over them and giving them a good footing in the face, which Titans do love to do on the odd occasion, unless you're a warhound and you've got Angron in front of you, because Angron has a thing where he likes to hold up the feet of warhounds trying to stomp on them. You would have thought he would have let them. Being a tough old Primarch that he is, but he didn't. Yeah, with using contrast, because of the ease it goes on and the good coverage that you get, especially on this top section where you have some really tight areas, using the thinner brush allows you to get around the side quite well. So we got these like two brackets on the roof here. You can actually get down the side there without catching the rest of the actual model and getting paint everywhere. So it's quite handy that. So you want to have as much control as possible with your contrast application, but you don't have to go heavy-handed, which is even better. So you don't lose time having to sort of go back and redo bits and pieces. And I always sort of just paint with whatever I'm using first, seeing how it goes, and then return later, and just making sure that everything is all tickety-boo and looking good. Because sometimes you're so focused on what you're doing, you don't actually notice things that you might have missed, or you might have accidentally caught, or even if you just get a little bit of paint on your fingers and without realizing it, you just sort of spread it around a bit, which is never good. But it is easily sort of repairable. As I've said many a times, you just keep going and then you just return and touch up. I know you get certain schemes where it's going to take a lot more work and effort to actually get them back up to sort of a spec, but unfortunately, sometimes you just got to go with it and then just do what you can just to get it in to a decent level. Right. Sorry that I've not been talking to the people in the chat, because the live chat here is not actually showing you as talking. So I've just, because I thought it was a bit odd, now I've actually got you on my phone here. I can see you're all there. So apologies for the silence and not interaction. I wasn't ignoring you. So hello, David. Hello, Felexa Furza. Is that new Fortidus warlord? Yes, it is. Yeah. I do like the hazard stripes look on melters. This was using, I think I used 5mm tape on that. I'll just check. Yes, 5mm tape, but obviously 3mm would be quite a good look to it. It's added already able to see eBay rescues only off. Yeah, I know. It's that's why I felt sad for it. It was actually quite a good price with delivery. It was like 19 quid. Now I know that some Reavers, a new kit could be about £30 if you're buying it from an online supplier, for example. But I really felt sorry for it. It was in a bad way, and I thought, I'll take it, I'll get it, I'll give it some love, and bring it back from the brink as such. And as I said, it doesn't look too bad at all, really. So I was really pleased with how that turned out. Something that the lights shine off, you can't even see the decals on the. Move that over there. Yeah, so you've got. There you go. You can see. I know it's a bit darker, but at least you can see the details on the legs. See, I like to put the oil staining from the rivets coming down. A bit of both there. Yeah. But yeah, it was. There was a few bits missing as well. So I had to sort of sort that out because otherwise, it would have been even sadder not having that tight and looking as good as it could do. So we got that sorted out at least. Thanks, David. Hey, hello, Sif. you did sort of warn me you was going to pop in, so hello to you. Pascal, hello. Lovely to see you. Yeah, as I said, I'm going to slowly go through on my hazard stripes on to the melters, because staining and making a melted cannon look weathered and battered is one thing, but when it has hazard stripes on it, it really does set it apart and make it look, you know, it's just nice. It's like a bit ironic. Yeah, it's dangerous. There's a hazard stripe on it, so but it really does sort of make them stand out, because I've only done a few of these so far. Obviously, some of you know I've got quite a few Reavers, so I've got lots more to do. So that was going to keep me occupied for a while at least. But yeah, it's such a nice look. I used Corvus Black, sorry, for that, because with Abaddon it does it's too strong, if you know what I mean. I want it to look sort of like sun bleached a little bit, and plus obviously when you go over it all, so it's just Avalon Sunset, the Corvus Black, and then go over it with the Agrax to obviously again give it that darkness, dirt and grime. I still on the metal parts go with like the heat scorching look, with using Drushi Violet or Seraphim Sepia first over the majority, then Drushi Violet, and then I'll use a Drakenhof Nightshade right on the end to give you that sort of heat scorching look. But yeah, no, hazard stripes and melters are a definite for me. It's just say doing the rest of them now because they have to be done, because they look pretty awesome. Stormcast Terminator. So this is yeah, okay. So yeah, that winged warrior was a Stormcast Eternal. But is that the Terminator, or is that just a character that they've introduced with a big, impressive wingspan? Yes, Andy. Yeah, the old epic Space Marine, or what you want to call it. A few years ago, way before Adeptus Titanicus came out, I was part of a hobby group, and hi Handy, part of a hobby group that we were talking about doing like an epic sort of armies between us, and so I thought, oh, I fancy some of that. And again, you hit eBay, look up your stuff that you're after, and I was lucky. I got I don't think I paid too much for it really. I think it might have been on it. It was less than 20 quid, and you got a fair few little tiles of troops. They was all spray painted white, and then there was like lots of tanks. Like it was mostly rhinos and land raiders, and the original ones, which, you know, when you looked underneath, you know, it was green. So the old sorry, it was thanks, I'm so the old sort of green plastic that you got with the actual old sprues. So I thought, oh, they're handy. And yeah, so I've used some of them on bases, well, parts of rhinos and parts of the land raiders onto the actual pieces, because it does add that little bit more. And I do actually have, I think it's one of my Legio Solaria Titans actually has some a squad that I took off the base and arranged in the sort of ruins that the Titan was striding through, just to, again, to add that sort of sense of size. So you've got like Space Marines running around everywhere. But yeah, the epic project didn't really go very far. I ended up just buying these models, and as I say, they were just I found them again recently, and just incorporated them into bases really. Hopefully we'll get to revisit the old epic days, but in a more modern sort of era. Yeah, exactly. It would be nice if they brought it back, Andy. I can't see them not bring it back, because, you know, AT I think AT has done particularly well. I heard recently that Necromunda is doing really well, as well as Blood Bowl is still, Blood Bowl was the first to return and is doing good business. And at the end of the day, they are a business. They're all about making money. So if it's popular, they will continue to supply and support. And as I say, they're going through systematically through the back catalogue of specialist games. So I can't not see them some point in the future returning to doing like Epic. And it'd be pretty cool because you've got all these awesome Titans that just cross over like you did in the old from Adeptus Titanicus to Space Marine. So that bodes well for me, at least. So having multiple game systems. And obviously with Aeronautica Imperialis being around, they've got the fighters being released. I saw the plastic Thunderhawk. That was that probably got a few people's hopes up. But yeah, it's really great to see all these models coming out, and all we can do is just think of, wow, what am I going to do with them when I get my hands on them? Which is the thoughts of most hobbyists, I feel, when they see something cool. So, especially like those the converter types out there that like to really sort of get a model and put it through a ringer and create something different and awesome. There's loads of people, not only like friends, but people that I follow on Twitter and Instagram, that come out with some really impressive work, and you sit there and just going, wow. Yeah, it's just so cool seeing these little. You just think, well, where did that part come from? Did it come from that? Did it come from that? And you've seen how they've just totally reinvented a model that they've got. So I'm not much of a creative type in that respect. Coming up with new and interesting sort of alternate designs and stuff. I've done a bit of sort of like kit bashing in the past, but that's not my strong point as a hobbyist. We all have our own sort of little niches. I'm sure that most of you know me for my Titan work, and I thank you for following me and obviously joining us this evening, liking and subscribing as you do. So it's always appreciated, and I like the company. I think there have been a few people, Pascal, where they've used Aeronautica Imperialis, like crash planes. I think you'll probably get, with the new ones that are coming out, like Crash Thunderhawks would be really cool on a Titan base. What reminds, you remember the Forge World Realm of Battle board with the Crash Thunderhawk in it? Doing something like that, just even if it's like sticking out of a building, it's just gone head first into the building, would look really cool. I have been already sort of challenged to do that. I might do. I don't know. I still have my crazy idea, which I mentioned last year, of sticking a Reaver Titan climbing up the side of a building, like with two close combat hands, and swatting aircraft a la King Kong. I've obviously got a couple of Reavers to build from the kits that I got recently from the Maniple sets. So it's not off the table as of yet. Hey, Matt, how are you, mate? Oh, and David, hello again. Oh yeah, your Lanascara, your Impaler's scheme is actually looking really good. With the attempt that I did, I was just using brushes with it. I don't really, although I do use airbrush, it's mostly if I'm doing like stencil work, like I did with the Ignatum Warmaster, stuff like that. I don't use it for just everyday, adding color and layer sort of thing. I'm just more of a traditionalist with the brush, and obviously with my little instruction videos and how-to video type things, it's always on the premise that a lot of people don't have access to airbrushes still, or compressors. So I keep it simple with that. But obviously you can utilize what I do. But what you're doing with your guys, I think you've actually got quite a good finish with them. And you're probably looking at a little bit better than how mine have turned out with the brush, because with using contrasts brush wise, you have to be careful, don't you? So obviously you like watering down on that. How goes the magic? It goes well, my friend. It goes well. You stream Sundays, don't you, Matt? Generally, or did I just dream that? But yeah, going back to Lanascara, I said I experimented with, as I was saying earlier, where I have the spare parts from all the kits. I experiment with schemes, and then what comes out of it will go onto bases of Titan standing on them. So I think James Bragg was on Twitter earlier on, asked me if I'd done Legio Magna yet, and obviously I thought, no, I have not done Legio Magna yet. So that gives me an idea of doing that for a base. So I will experiment with that, and any findings I will be obviously posting up either on my Facebook page, which is obviously 400 miles, or as well as on Twitter. So that will be something to work on and experiment with once I get out of this phase of operations. Yes, Pascal, that is the one. Yeah, I did mine freehand just by doing little like V. Obviously using some tape to get a straight line, and then just doing some V's in that just to sort of try and replicate the look. But what are you looking at doing with that, David? Are you going to try and get a template or something, stencil for your airbrush, or are you going freehand with it? Oh, it is Sunday. I'm sure I know it was over the weekend at some point, Matt. But yeah, it was freshen up. No, it's great to see you again, and I'll pop in and say hi on your stream when you're on. But you do it at the same sort of time that I do as well, don't you? Sort of late, well, not late evening, but evening time. Because anything else I can't do. So Saturday night is like a research hunt party. So you go out and see what's happening, which is all fair. I must admit, since sort of watching streams, hobbyist streams and all that, you do pick up a lot more sort of like tips and tricks, which all adds up to your own skill set. So it's always worth checking out your peers and watching their streams, because as I say, somebody might do something that you think, oh, bugger, I never even thought of that. And it might be something really simple, but it has quite an impact on how you paint your models. So yeah, it's always worth having a look around like you do your research, check out other people's streams, and go from there. So it's the miniature apothecary who's in the chat. That's my friend Matthew, and he's on It's Twitch, isn't it? You're on primarily, anyway. You were last time. I checked. So yeah, definitely check him out, and as well as many of the other artists or hobbyists. We're all the same at the end of the day. You know, we like putting paint onto our models. So, gosh. Oh, hello, Multi-Ant 19. Welcome to this, well, Forge of March live stream. It's a very simple stream because I'm a very simple person, but everyone is welcome. Yeah, I was last weekend. I was also painting some more Legio Audax, which was fun. Getting 2 Warhounds done in the time of the stream was always fun, because it's like, as I say, it's a real easy scheme to do if you know the sort of how straightforward it is. Because like with Legio Solaria, when you look at the artwork, you just look at it and go, how am I going to do that? And if somebody's gone out there and figured it out, and you see how easy it actually is, you know, you can get a really good looking and effective looking force of Titans in next to no time. And that's what it's all about, because I know how intimidating it can be with these sort of paint schemes that you see. Like I still struggle with yellows as a rule. That's why with my Ignatum, I just keep it simple and just Avalon Sunset, because you know it just goes over everything, and then I just mix it up with because how I do a lot of my obviously non-contrast Titans, for example, I will put a layer of the paint down, so obviously Avalon down, and then I'll wash over that and the whatever the trim is. So if the trim's lead belcher or if it's some gold, I'll paint the trim, then I'll agrax it all, because the agrax will just sit in between the plate and the trim, obviously alter the colour properties of said trim, and then I'll go over again once it's dry with Avalon Sunset again. So I had a notification come up, or what? So yeah, so I go over again, but where, for example, actually, I use. So where I would have gone over this, so that's Avalon Sunset pretending to be well, the Skull Crusher, but we'll pretend it's Avalon. So where I've gone over it with Agrax, I then go over again with Avalon, but I'll leave that extreme edge where the recess is. So it's still yellow, but it's darker hue. So it looks like there's been an accumulation of sort of like dirt, grime, oil from the machine, from the dirt of battle, basically. But then the rest of it, where I go over, lifts it up. So it gives you a more cleaner, because obviously when, you know, rain, water, you know, explosive dust, whatever, accumulates, gets onto these, it will wash down into those little furrows and runnels, sorry. And it'll just build up, so you get that sort of little dirty layer across the bottom. So it gives you, again, it's all about depth, creating shadow, and it just makes it stand out better, and also hides any sort of mistakes between the trim and the plate. So lots of reasons for doing that. What we got here? Felix Afusa, very simple person. Buy Titans, put epic paint jobs on Titans, inspired people. Well, I try to. I do like my Titans, as we all know. They're just, I just love the little buggers. They're just so lovely to work with, and they're of a size where you can still see the detail without losing it. And as I'm obviously getting older, greyer, it's nice to be able to sort of see what I'm painting without having to resort to. Because I do have glasses, but I am always getting for myself. I'm short-sighted, so I can see things here fine. It's at distance. So luckily, if I do that, I'll have a really hard time. But up here, not a problem. But thank you for that, Felix. That's much appreciated. What I did was use corn red and then some Mephiston just to add a little. Yeah, no, exactly. I use Mephiston, but what I do, which I did mention in the video last week, was I might have mentioned it in the actual how-to video as well. Is that I used a bit of Evil Sun Scarlet. So when you start off with the darker, I start with the medium because I'll wash over that with the ag, then use the the Evil Sun Scarlet just to give that little extra sort of nibble of colour here. There, sorry, oh, it's gone. Sorry about that. But yeah, my friend Lee, another one. He does the same as you, where he'll go corn red and then a little bit of Mephiston that depth. So there's no right or wrong way. And once you know the technique, you can implement it on several different Titans, because you could use it on Legio Griffonicus even, with using like a mid-grey base and then a lighter grey over the top of it, and maybe just like some sort of a wash of some description to sort of tie it together. So it doesn't look separate, but you have that mottling, because that's one of the things about Griffonicus. It is a mottled grey. It's not just a flat grey. It is a mottled grey. But yeah, obviously Nick Baton, who I would say is the master of Griffonicus, because he has done some awesome work with his Legio Griffonicus models. Another friend of mine, Tom Egan, he's got some really nice Griffonicus engines as well, which I was lucky to see at last year's Legio Walks event. So many great sort of paint schemes, and seeing all those Titans together in one place was really just, it was worth just seeing them. You know, participating was a bonus. But yeah, it's some really great stuff there. Far too impatient. Oh, bless you. Do I have any advice for painting tiny robots? What type of tiny robots are we painting, Matt? Are we talking like Imperial Knight size tiny robots for AT, or are we talking sort of Skitari type things, or something completely different? It's a great idea. Yeah, I occasionally have them. I amaze myself sometimes, David. Pascal, a combination of you and my local reseller getting a new batch of Titanicus releases tempting this broke college student. Yeah, I'm probably the worst person in the world to ask advice on buying stuff. The amount of times I've had people, like friends of mine, message me and asking, "Oh, I don't know. I really like this thing. I don't know if I should get it." And I just say to them, "You're really asking the wrong person, because all I'm going to say is just buy it. Just get it, because you're obviously thinking about it and you want it, and it might make you a little bit, you know, happier. And once you've got it, you will be happier because you've got the model that you've been talking about and that you wanted to get, build, paint, and deploy in your armies, or even if you just want to have something just to put on display. You know, I've got a load of Idenef Deepkin, like the character models, because I bought them because there was going to be a little bit of fluff there. What I like to call a sorbet project. So when I've been doing painting up one thing for a while, So if I was doing like a heresy army, for example, and you're painting the same color day in, day out, it gets a bit monotonous. And, you know, to break the cycle and to sort of replenish your sort of hobby enthusiasm, I will do what I call a sorbet project to, as I said, to freshen the palate. And when the Idoneth Deepkin came out, I just thought they were bonkers. You know, that the guy with the octopus sitting there like holding the scroll and writing on there, and the other people, the sorceress, the sorcerers, and all that with fish. I just thought it was just crazy. I just loved the idea of people walking fish. I just thought it was so bonkers that I thought, I'm going to get them. And so I did. I got them and I painted them up, and they bring me much joy when I look at them, because it is just crazy. You know, fish elves, as I call them, with their fish allies. So with that, the warband thing that was released the other day with the battlefish and the crab. Yeah, that's one way to distract me from painting Titans, is to provide some sort of fish elf with their fishy sea creature allies. Because that crab as well. I've got a few of my online friends have been doing some awesome little memes with that little crab dude, or playing games where they hide them, like a blood jackal. Which it was the Sisters of Battle display piece they've got, and there's like, spot where the crab is. And it's like just like photoshopping it into the actual arrangement of Sisters. I've got Liquitex titanium white ink, which is nice and strong color, but dries very thin. Oh, is that what you use on the trim on your Laniuscara, Dave? Because there are some really nice metallics out there. I think Vallejo, though, a really great sort of metallic range. I've not used any of them myself. I'm quite happy with my GW stuff. Although I do have a few Tamiya. My favorite gold, which was a Tamiya one, which is called Titan Gold. It was just fate. So yeah, but it's a certain ranges do have certain hues which are really, really quite nice and effective on your Titans. Oh, just missed the last part of the actual main pit here. David, I've also looked at white fine line pens, but the lines dry quite raised up. Yeah, no, I know, like using pens, paint pens in particular, like Sharpies for metallics. I know a lot of people like them, but I've tried them myself, and they're permanent, but I seem that they sort of like rub off. You need to sort of varnish them once you've used them. And I still find that I'd prefer just actually taking the time and sitting there with the trim. You know, after painting as many Titans as I have, I actually just zone out when doing trim. Alternatively, like I've done here, you do a colour, so like that's like a silver or lead belcher base, spray it all, and then you just pick out the plates, because it's easier just to touch up the trim than actually spend 45 minutes to an hour sitting there looking at it and picking out every bit of trim. So you're sort of reversing it as a negative, but it is a positive. And then obviously just get your agrax onto it. But yeah, I've actually, when I've been looking at schemes in the past, I've been looking to do Titan Legios which had silver trim. Just because I was just getting so worked up over sitting there painting the gold trim for so long. About the size of what's in my hand. So is it sort of a little robot, sort of like this little robot, Or are we talking Imperial Knight type robot? Because they're similar sizes. If you are actually getting into doing some AT stuff, mate, expletive, yes. I'd really look forward to seeing what Legio you choose first off, and then how you get that scheme on them, because you do some really impressive work. Like yours, Charcardons, oh, Space Sharks. Those guys that you've been working on are absolutely gorgeous. So you doing some Titan work will be even more awesome. And I'm saying that because I'm a Titan head, and you know I'm a Titan head, and I love all things Titan. Right, just double check. So yeah, so that's all the bits on the body itself in done in the Griff Hound Orange. So that's that taken care of. You've got the guns here, and then it's plates. So as I said, I'm going to take a swig. It is just a case of getting all the orange down of those parts. With the shoulder pads, if I can get the plate off. So with the front, the front and the back plates, they're going to be Corax white. So I'll be doing them a bit later, going over, watering it down, obviously, because obviously it will last longer. Get on there. When I do that, I'll show you. I'll explain how I do it, because again, with working with white, as you all know, it can be a little bit tricky, especially with Corax, because it does like to seem to dry out a lot quicker. I've put water already into my Corax on several occasions, just to sort of keep it fluid. And was actually thinking that I should really pop by one of the local stores to pick up some paint supplies, because obviously if I'm going to paint some more of these, I'm going to make sure I've got enough to actually cover what I want to be doing. But yeah, so briefly, with Corax white watered down over the actual plates themselves, once it's dry, I then go over with a 50-50 Agrax water mix and just slap it all over. So that obviously will slightly discolor it. Once that's dried, I then attack it again with watered down Corax white. But I don't go heavy-handed. It's a very delicate affair. Literally just, again, with a number one brush or number two, maybe, just scratching it into place, making sure it's not so brushy. So that's why you've got to water them down all the time, so you get that smooth flow and finish to them. But that will be done once I get this last few bits with the Griff Hound. Yeah, me, Matt, and Ben are the worst for enabling. Yes, I'm open about it. I won't lie. Yes, I'm the worst person to ask, should I get this? I'm always going to say, yes, you should. Because we have a very limited time on this planet. And as long as you're not starving yourself to supply your hobby needs, that's fine. You know, so obviously make sure you've got the resources to treat yourself, and then treat yourself, because it's going to provide you with a good distraction and bring you much hobby joy, and that's always a good thing in my book. So mucho hobbyist joyous. I don't think that's actually true Latin, but I'm sticking with it. So David, you're painting the plates for Vallejo Game Air Chain Mail, and then paint the patterns with white, and then go, right, yeah. So you're sort of doing the reverso, like negative, as I was calling it, where you're putting everything in place. I suppose it's like pre-shading in a way. So it's a variation of pre-shading. You get the pattern in place where you want it with what you're using, and then obviously you let the airbrush do the rest with the contrast. So yeah, that's pretty clever, dude. Most impressive. And, right. Yeah, so I suppose in some ways, this method I'm using here in particular, the orange will actually work out and look quite well if you was ever doing House Sidus for your Imperial Knights, which book. So I'll show you House Sidus or Sidus. So that's House Sidus. So yeah, so you could use this on that. I probably would say with these colours here, I would actually, instead of using Skull Crusher, I would use Liberator Gold, because then that'll go over the trim. So literally, I would lead belcher the whole model, then go over all the armor plates with Liberator, and then I'd pick out with the Gryph-hound into the orangey parts that you want to do. Obviously, leave those bits gold, and then I would use Basilicanum Grey for the plates, and just picking them out. And then you've got a House Sidus, Cerastus, Knight, Atrapos in this situation, or these Megara. So again, it's just a really straightforward, easy scheme to do, just by using contrasts. As I said, they just flow really easily, and so you don't have to worry about them drying out as much as other paints as such. But yeah, you can get a nice look with them. Well, that's the plan tonight. Well, I'm sure you'll do well, David. You have inspired me, so I'm currently looking into it as well whilst painting Space Sharks. Yeah, as I said, I do get rather enthusiastic with my Titan work, and I'm an infectious bugger. And yes, so people do like to blame me for their new Titan fixation, and I've got broad shoulders. I'll accept responsibility, because I have had nothing but pleasant times with painting Titans, and I'm sure that everyone else would have as fun painting these models. And they're just great. It's just, as I've said many times before to people, even if you've got a AT Titan like a warlord, one of the most iconic Titans in the whole sort of background of 40k, Horus Heresy, etc., etc. Just having the model is just awesome. Building it and then looking at all the little detail and everything that's on there, you just can't help but be like impressed by it, and admire the sort of Christopher Drew, who sort of worked on making these little small dudes for Specialist Games, and the other Titans he does, where he sort of reworking scales from other models and stuff to produce them. Yeah, it's so great. And as I say, even if you just built one just to have on your desk or something, just to look at, it's fantastic. But then obviously the game is equally as fun. I said, like, Matthew saying me, Matt and Ben are the worst people to talk to, such enablers. Just playing the game, when you get the opportunity to, obviously, is so much fun. Even if you lose, I haven't had a bad game. Admittedly, most of the games I played, like, even just playing friends, or turning up to an event, it still doesn't feel like a competitive type game system. Everyone is on a fairly level par. The Titans, you're using the same Titans. It's how you go about equipping them and what formation you want to use. for your games, but you don't get that sort of like. Well, I don't feel that you do. You get that sort of win at all costs sort of mentality. Like choosing certain legios over others doesn't really have that much of an effect on a game. There's no fantastic super legios out there as such. They've all got little things that add character, which is always welcome because the game is nice and thematic in that respect. But yeah, as I say, it's not something that you're going to get people like power gamers and stuff like that in Adeptus Titanicus because, you, as I said, you're all on that sort of even kill with your gaming. But yeah, you can't go wrong. Pascal, Legio, Venator, and Oberon have some underappreciated schemes. Yeah, Oberon or Legio Tony the Tiger, as I like to call them. They have some really nice sort of characterful rules for them, but for me, I wouldn't want to attempt their schemes because unless I had stencils, I wouldn't be able to freehand like the sort of the tigerishness of their titans, and with Venator as well. Venator was the spiders. I did consider them at one stage. I thought, I quite like that. But then again, it was the web. So if there is some sort of web decals or something, or you've got a very steady hand. But again, they're a very interesting Legio, and I really like them. When I read Crucible of Retribution, I thought, wow, this is a pretty cool little Legio. Because I'm all about the fluff. The background of each of them. Even Legio Astroman, for a time, I was considering doing Legio Astroman. But then I thought, myself, that'll be my third green Legio. As you've seen on some of my Audax, I have one of my experiences was an Astroman Reaver that's on the floor that's been trod on by a Warhound. And I actually like the scheme. I thought that's really cool. But I said because of the fact I already had 2 green Legios, it was the deciding factor that I thought, well, I can't have 3. Although they're all 3 different hues of green, I just didn't feel right about it. And that's how I ended up doing Fortidus after Mr. Notley made his request. Multi-ant, we are here for a good time, not a long time. Exactly. So yeah, if you've got that urge and you've got the money available to invest yourself into getting something cool and awesome that's going to occupy you for a few hours and bring you joy whilst playing games with them, go for it. Oh, King Crimson, hello, dude. Hey, how are you, man? Yeah, so stopping by to say hello or hello, good sir. But always welcome, mate. Great to see you because you've not been on the Artist Empires stream unless you've been hiding, or if you would. I know he started early last Wednesday. And I don't remember seeing you there. Miss you, guy. I love seeing you in the chat. You entertain me, which is always good. You better show off. Your space. He likes to show off his space shots because they're bloody awesome. They're just fantastic. My friend Matt Potter, he several years ago he did space sharks, and they were amazing. He's a really good sort of he's very focused. He doesn't do big armies, but he does really good work when he does. And his space sharks were great. And he actually sold what he'd done after we was doing it for a Bad Ab campaign thing, much like Matt is at the moment. And unfortunately, the group we were a part of, there was a few because there was some problems with organising dates. It just collapsed, and he sold them. But I know, and he said it several times, he's always regretted doing that because he's, the time, the effort he put into them, and he was so proud of them. But somebody got a really cool looking Space Sharks army, and out of him. Legio Restorum, even though I don't like blue and yellow. Yeah, no, I've got several mates that are Legio Restorum. Sif, who's, I don't know if he's still on here, he's got 40k Legio Restorum and several Titans of them. If you ever see the Titans Owners Club walk from 2019, the Legio Restorum is him and another guy called John Hex, who done some really great painting with their Legio Restorum. You know, the yellow. I'm not sure if Sif's still there, but I'm sure they use like the Forge World Masterclass painting guide, where it actually shows you how to paint their Reaver Titan in Restorum colours, like step by step, and it's fascinating to read because again, reading that gives you some excellent tips and tricks for when you do your own Titans. So I highly recommend that if you get hold of a copy somewhere. I don't know if they actually still do it on like one of their ebooks, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. But if you do find that sort of Forge World painting masterclass book sort of thing, just looking at the pictures of this Titan as it's being painted is brilliant. What else we got? Making a homebrew house, research heraldic tincture and medieval colour theory. You know what you're talking about, Pascal. That's what I always like to point out with certain groups within the Tyrannus Owners Club, because there is a it's very reminiscent of if any of you are familiar with the TV series Red Dwarf, the cat race had a civil war over what colour hats the entity Dave list, or the entity Lister, was going to have on his hot dog stall in Fuji, between other red and green. They fought over he was going to have red hats, and there was a whole load that was going green hats or blue hats, and they were actually a totally different colour altogether. So with heraldic colours, obviously a lot of people don't realise that white represents silver and gold is represented by yellow. So like when you see like the old versions, like if the old Hammer stuff for like Ultramarines where they have yellow trim, it's because it's basically representing gold in heraldry. But obviously at the time gold paints weren't as good as they are today, and so they changed it once they did get to the technology. It's the same with the Morning Stars, Legio Astroman, where you got a few guys where somebody actually commented on a group page where I'd posted up my Audax, and they was like jokingly saying about, oh, you painted the trim wrong, it should be yellow, and I thought, oh, I'll just leave it. I'm not going to start going, oh well, if you know heraldry, you know, because I couldn't be bothered really to do that. You know, it's all fun at the end of the day, and that's what it all comes down to. Oh, actually, I forgot. I brought a coffee in with me, so another slurp. Oh, you was there just being a creeper like Roz from Monsters Inc. I'm always watching. Oh, fair enough. the red eye and the evil king sees all, Stephen King would say. Which Discord? Oh, so you're having a chat on there. I think it's talking about the Artist Empire Discord, mate. Yeah, Legio Ataris, because I love underdog stories. Yeah, Ataris, I like Ataris. Again, I felt that I couldn't do Ataris because my friend Ben had done Ataris, and he's sort of, you know, he has his 40k Reaver Titan is named Stevie, and I kind of feel like that's his sort of domain, much like the way fire. I'm associated with like fire wasps because of my 40k stuff, and obviously being the master of Iracundus, so you always get that association. But yeah, no, the Tyrus is pretty cool. Well, I did do their parent Legio, which is Legio Ozadax, because Atarus was founded from Legio Ozadax sending out Titans to create a new Titan Legio in the Belt of Iron, which I can't remember the name. It's a double worded Forge World, begin with A. But yeah, so there's that connection between Atarus and Ozadax. I do like Ozadax, and if you see, like, you'll see him on my Instagram, because obviously it's easier to find media on Instagram. But the symbols on my Ozadax Titans is freehand. I say freehand loosely because I do the with the symbol. Obviously start off white, and then I'll use washes. So like Iandan, whatever it is, the Iandan yellow contrast, and then I'll mix it with a little bit of Blood Angel. So it sort of has that transition from red up to sort of the yellow with a little bit of orange in between. And then I'll use my 0.5 nib drawing pen to actually do the symbol, roughly. But it works. It looks good. And once it's all varnished, it's all awesome. So I'm pretty happy, because I hadn't really bothered with doing sort of freehanding symbols before. I'll always try and find a decal, if I can, to use, but sometimes certain symbols just don't have anything that looks similar to it. I think my best achievement so far, that's it, Altar Median. Thank you, Felix. Yeah, my best decal work was when I created House Divine symbols for my knights for House Divine, because there is no decals for them. But I used, it was Legio Gryphonicus and oh bugger, Malanax. I used the decals from them. I cut off the top half of the griffin part, so you've got the head and the wings, and then I took off the claws of the Malanax scorpion, and I sort of just positioned it so, because the symbol for House Divine is a bird swooping in and grabbing a snake, so the snake sort of like that. So it's like that scene from Thor Ragnarok, when Thor's describing about, I picked up the snake to admire it, and Loki went, ha, it's me, and so yeah, sorry, yeah, so you got the snake like that, which is the claw of the Malanax scorpion, and it's just positioned in a way with the eagle or the birdie swooping in like that. So it gives the look, obviously proper decals would be awesome, but don't have them, and I don't have time to try and design them or anything like that, because obviously you've got to have a really decent picture to start with, which I didn't have at the time, so I just went with that. Link to Ben's Instagram. Well, if you go on to Instagram and just search for Heresy Junkie, that's Ben. It's also Heresy Junkie on Twitter as well. But yeah, he does some awesome painting. Love him to bits. and it just annoys me how good he is. But he's a really nice guy, so so he's got it all really. But yeah, no, Heresy Junkie, all one word. And then I'll say if I can find, I'll find a link later on. I'll put it into the chat or in the comments on this video. But yeah, if you search for Heresy Junkie, you'll find him. But yeah, he's a prolific painter, and he does produce some really, really good looking armies. At the moment, he's working on Astral Claws for this Badab campaign group, which has many members. I think he's doing. No, he was working alongside a guy called Pete Reardon. I can't remember what his tag is. It was like Smack the Fish or something on Twitter. But he's a really good painter as well. There's a little group of them up in the northwest where they all live, up towards like Preston, that sort of area. And I said there's about 4 or 5 of them that are all part of like a hobby gaming group type situation, and they've all sort of like come through together. But yeah, they do produce some really nice looking models. I think a couple of them might even be commission painters now. So they've done all right, and say they enjoy their hobby. That's all that matters. The Artist Opus, I know a few people use them, and they're really quite pleased with their purchases in those. I tend to. It's not that I'm cheap. It's just that I abuse brushes, so I generally just get the cheaper ones in most cases, because I know that I won't. I don't look after them well enough. The way I paint is not conducive to longevity. Although I do have 2 brushes which have lasted me about 11 years, which were it was a special box set that Games Workshop did, like masterclass paintbrushes. So, but then I don't really use them a lot, to be fair, because I like the brushes. They're decent brushes, and they look all fantastic and shiny. But I do. Oh, hello, Artist Empire is in the house. Woo woo! Yeah, painting on the sprue. There you go. Distracted me now. Yeah, I can't even remember what I was talking about. So sorry about that. No, I can't honestly remember. Oh dear. Yeah. No, I still can't remember. I've completely lost the plot. What was I talking about? Dark Angels, Ben. Yeah, he does love his Dark Angels. Yeah, he's actually one of the co-founders of the Tyrannus Owners Club, which all came about at the 2015 Horus Heresy Weekender at the Belfry in Nottingham. And in one of the seminars, somebody was asking about Forge World shoulder pads for like House Terran had been sort of released. And so I chirped up and asked the question, would they be doing them for, say, House Tyrannus? Or Tyrannus, or however you want to pronounce it. And obviously you got the usual answer, oh, we might do, we're looking at it, blah, 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 blah. But obviously they never have. But when I was leaving the seminar, a young man approached me and said, oh, you collect Tyrannus? I collect Tyrannus as well. And I went, oh, yeah. And I was actually meant to be meeting up with Forge World's Paul Rudd, because he'd been doing House Marcabius and he had quite a few Titans, and we was in a sort of an unofficial arms race with each other of collecting Knights, and for our respective households. And I suggested over Facebook that we should at the weekender, bring our Knights together and take some photographs, like facing off each other on a scenic board in the games room. And he went, yeah. Unfortunately, with the Saturday, it was like all the seminars I wanted to go to were on the Saturday, so I went to them like a good hobbyist would. And then I thought, oh, I'll speak to him on Sunday. We'll sort this out in the morning. I didn't realise he weren't working on the Sunday, so we ended up. I mentioned about this to Ben. My mate Scott was with me, and he had his Tyrannus, and so we went into the games room at the Blood Games, as they called it, and got our Knights out on a table. Andy Hoare helped us get a good scenic table to put them out on, which had all the Forge World tiles, so like the industrial sector tiles, and so we got them all on display. I also had Iracundus with me, and my Mechanicum army that I'd been doing. So we put them all out on display. So we had like 13 Tyrannus Knights, 1 Reaver Titan, and a couple of thousand points worth of Mechanicum Thalax, Castellax, one of the Venator tanks as well as my Magos and stuff. And I think I had Thanators then as well. So we put them all out, and we done a little sort of like unofficial sort of diorama. But because he had Iracundus there, and it was, it looked pretty cool, little setup, and people were coming in having a look, and then going, "Oh yeah, have you seen that?" to their friends, and they're coming in having a look. We became like a little attraction, and it was at that point that Ben mentioned about how we should set up a group. I said, well, funnily enough, me and Scott had been talking about doing such a thing. So we said, yeah, that's, there's 3 of us to start with. And then friend Paul Busfield was there, and he had Tyrannus, but he didn't have them with him. So he was like the 4th member. And in the presence of Graham McNeil, who was the main reason we was doing Tyrannus in the first place, because of his book Mechanicum, we created the Tyrannus Owners Club on February the 8th, 2015. And their name has lived in legend ever since. No, not so much legend, infamy, I'd say. But yeah, it's still going with several hundred members. Unfortunately, with COVID, we've not been able to have a muster. Like we always have like a yearly muster where people come down to Warhammer World, or go up to Warhammer World in my case, and we take our Knights and we put them all out on display and chat. I created a little game system for doing jousting. So you pick your knight and you basically roll off against each other, and then whoever's left standing at the end through all the sort of different rounds as such is proclaimed the champion of the household, which still reigning champion is my friend Scott. It came down to a 3-way battle to see who's going to get victory. So it was me, Scott, and I think Pete Reardon, which he had to die because he had snuck in with it was an actually excellently painted Tyrannus Knight, but it was a fallen Tyrannus Knight, so it was chaosified, and it was just like, oh my god, we can't let that win. And luckily, Scott won. But yeah, it was just like if Pete had won that, oh, I would have just disbanded the group. You can't have that. It's wrong. Multi-ant. I never said I don't kill my brushes. Yeah, I do go through. I say I go through a lot of brushes. I don't throw them away, so that's why I've got this here. So many brushes, because I'll use them in other ways for like stippling and dry brushing, or even just doing basing, stuff like that. So there's always a use. There's never. It's only if I lose, like if the actual brush comes apart and just gives up the ghost, then yeah, I'll go, okay, I've gone a bit too far there. Let's retire it. But even then, I've got just the actual handles. I still use them for like when I'm putting magnets into Titans, just to poke them in, because you can't use anything metal because it tends to pull the magnet out. But yeah, it's always fun to use. But yeah, they're. Don't go like I don't get cheap ones. I get semi decent ones, like you get like a pack of 5 of like number 1s or 0s or whatever. But occasionally I'd say this one came from Amazon, because obviously we was in lockdown, so I just bought a pack of, I think about 7 or 8 brushes, various sizes, you know. But yeah, this is the one I've been using the most recently, so it does the job. All right then, Matt. Lovely to have you here, and yeah, I'll try and pop over into your stream on Twitch tomorrow when you're on. Say hi, pay you back for your time and visitation. All right, take it easy, man. Pascal, I think there is a similar, if quieter, debate as the white versus silver between Ataris fans about how white and cream the livery should be. Yeah, I've always imagined them being a little bit more on the creamier side than white themselves, but then I'm going by what I've seen with like Ben's Stevie, because I was under the impression he would paint them like the artwork that that they are. But yeah, there's always going to be that sort of debates. It's when you get like colours like yellow thrown into the fray, and you go, what? Cream's one thing, yellow's completely different. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, you got to work with what you're comfortable with, and you see the paint scheme and you visualize it. If you're happy with it, you go with it. But there is always going to be that sort of, I like to have things painted how you would see them in the books, sort of thing, trying to keep to the art, because doing it that way, you're sort of, paying homage to the person that, drew them in the first place, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to inspire you and show you what these things look like. So, yeah, you just try your best to emulate it and go from there. But yeah, it's more the case for me. If somebody, unless it was like a friend, and they'd painted their Titans, say they painted them like Ataris, for example, but then they were using Legio Mortis. I find that's a little bit, unless it's like a friendly get together sort of thing. I collect Titans based on the colours, not necessarily their rules. It's like if you were playing had painted yourself an Ultramarine army and fielded them as Iron Hands stuff. I don't agree with that. That's just me though. I if I see a Legio Fortidus, I'm expecting it to be Legio Fortidus. or Mortis or Ignatum or Tempestus. You know, that's why you paint them like that. But yeah, you know, there's always that sort of fine line of like doing things for the hobby, for the fun of it and everything. But you know, I'm just a traditionalist in that respect, I guess. You know, as I say, it is your hobby. You do what you want, but like, it's just I don't know. I can't really put a finger on it. That's going to bug me now. I remembered when we were talking about paintbrushes earlier on, those Opus ones. But yeah, no, it's just if you spend the time painting up an army, play that army. If you're not happy with it, you can either sell it and start again, or repurpose the models that you've painted. But you know, it's just unless you're sort of like something that you've agreed with a friend, like a proper sort of like one of your buddies where you're just having like a muckabout game, doing that's fine. You know, that's between that. But like turning up to events and stuff, and you know, with yes, I've got a painted army, but I'm using these rules. I don't. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't sit with me as a hobbyist as such. It's like I know there was a few people in Legio Kratos hobby group on Facebook where they were painting up Legio Kratos, but then they're saying, "Oh, we're going to use they create your own Legio rules." I thought, well, it's the same. You know, we've got rules. You know, we've got our things. Just play the game. You know, you don't have. And that I suppose that is probably a little bit gamey type, win at all costs sort of thing. You don't need to do that. You know, I've managed to win games with some of the worst dice rolling known to man, because it's not just dice rolling, and it's not just what rules you've got; it's how you play the game. You know, how you position your pieces. You know, and that's what it comes down to. It's not just a straightforward. They've got the best rules, they win. It's just a case of knowing what you can do, managing your titans, and putting them in the optimum position to fight your enemy. But yeah, it's an easy game to pick up, and it's an easy game to sort of understand. Once you've got those basics sorted out, you can have a lot of fun with it, and that's the beauty of it. Even as I said, even if you, you know, titans blow up on you, you'll still have a fun time because it is such a fun game. But yeah, there's so many other hobbyists that are now getting into doing AT, which some of the people like Miniature Apothecary earlier on, really excited to see what he does with his titans. And so David, who's doing the Laniuscara, from what I've seen on the Facebook group AT18, has already got them sort of working, because Laniuscara is one of those. They've got some nice looking thematic sort of background and rules, but the problem that most hobbyists have with that is how to paint them, because they're such a great looking contrasting scheme with the sort of teal turquoisey sort of color, and then red, but doing it right, because you want it to look fabulous, because they deserve to look fabulous. And as I say, he's doing a good old job with his scheme that he's working out for himself. Right. So that's those plates. The last plates I've got to do in the orange is the gun shields for the volcano cannons. Now, with what I'm planning to do with these is I think I've got some decals left, checker decals. So I'm just going to do them all orange, and then these white checker decals that you get with. I think I got these with the Solaria engines. Decal sheet, or even Kryos. I can't. No, I think Solaria. I think white. So I didn't use them on my Solaria, but I'm going to use them on these just to use them and get them out and make them look interesting, because they are really nice to have those sort of checker plates. I did also buy some. It was like the decal sheets from like railways, which like a 1/8 scale and 1/16 scale checkers, which I got from a supplier on eBay. That was based in England, because the actual company that makes them is an American company. So if you can find them, so it's like train checker decals. I just searched and found it on a Google search, followed the link, and then just hunted down a UK supplier. So I bought a couple of sheets of white and a couple of sheets of black in 1/16 and 1/8 scales, for the purpose of adding decals to my Titans, because I don't like trying my hand at freehand that often. Maybe I should, but I don't, especially when doing squares. I had friends who done Lamenters, and they all, like Adeptus Titanicus hobbyists, always bemoan trim. Lamenters always bemoan checkers. So yeah, he was always moaning about it. He'd done a good job with his freehand and doing it. And then when I saw one of my other friends was doing Lamenters, and yeah, it was like, oh, poor sod. But yeah, those checker decals, because there's one Legio Lysander, Sentinels of the Veil. They've got a lot of checkers on there, sort of thing. So having them would make it a lot easier, especially if you're using decal setting lotions like Microsol and Microset, because it makes it a whole lot easier to get decals onto models and look good. Multi-Ant 19. Once the bristles are gone, they can still be used as stir paint. There you go. See, there's always further uses. That a life of a brush doesn't end once it goes bald. I'm looking forward to my first game of 18 next week against my wife. Legio Norska versus Legio Patois. Is that? I'm assuming it's Patois. I don't want to say Patois. But yeah, I'd like to, if you're following me on Twitter, if you post up on Twitter as well, or Instagram, feel free to tag me, because I'd like to see if you do take any photographs of your epic confrontation against your wife with your Titans. Yeah, I'm always interested in seeing people's games, and mostly their models as well, because I know like lots of people have said, like, with my sort of painting and stuff, it's inspiring, but I get inspired by you guys. So you might do something, and I think actually that's going to go really well with what I was thinking of, wanting to do something with a model, and bang, So it goes both ways. So thanks for that. It's always good. David, I've got a question for you. I've done the airbrush panels. Would you do the wash on the metals now along with the trim? Generally, yeah. I always try to wash everything at the same sort of time, because then I know that I've done it. Because sometimes I just forget. You go, did I do it? And then I end up doing it again, and then you get that slight difference with the other Titans. But yeah, I always, like with these guys, like not with these ones, but with Titans in general, when I do all the plates and all that, I'll always wash them at the same time, to keep them all uniform, keep them all the same, basically. It works for me that way, and I enjoy doing it that way. So actually, that's what I'm going to do now. Before moving on to doing white, I'm going to agrax the base, because obviously with washes they do tend to take a little bit longer to do. Felix Fuza, I really want to play some AT again. Likewise, luckily, don't know if you're over in the UK or wherever you are, but in the UK we're now sort of on the way out of the last lockdown, and restrictions are lifting every couple of weeks. So from the 17th, we are allowed to congregate in like more than like one family or whatever, like in gardens and stuff like that. So with that, I can then arrange with my friend Phil to maybe do some garden hammer, or my mate Martin, because he's got a good little setup where he can just put in his back garden. So yeah, as long as the weather's good. Don't want to be playing garden Adeptus Titanicus when there's like a storm going on, or high winds, or tornadoes. Never good. Or like last year when I did get some garden gaming done, being on a really hot day, because I actually suffered from heat exhaustion from being in the sun for too long. Brass. Yes, Artist Empire, one day you will play. And one day, if you ever come over here, and you want to go to Warhammer World, we'll arrange a meetup, and I'll bring all my Titans, and you can have a game, because I've got enough to go round, funnily enough. Right, where's my trusty... Yeah, the problem with having so many brushes is it's finding the right one that I'm after, which is actually that one, so that's not too bad. So, old Agrax. I'll be using oils to weather the panels and get the grimy look around the trim later. I'm not sure what's the best in order. Well, I always leave like the oiling to the very last. Here's the last part, full stop. So you want to get your Titans all painted up to the style and consistency and look that you want. Obviously, with oil washing, I don't know if you saw on my Twitter yesterday, and I think on Instagram as well, I posted up pictures of my last shadow, my Legio Solaria Warmaster, because I've done a side-by-side before and after, so how oil weathering affects the colour. So it was quite a bright, it was a nice look to Last Shadow, but after you do the oil weathering, it gives it a real gritty and realistic look, but it does tone it down a bit. So when you see them side by side, it is marginal, but you can definitely tell the difference. And so, yeah, you want to obviously get yourself in that position so you're happy with the colour, but obviously you just realise, obviously, when you do your oil weathering, depends on what sort of technique you use, you're going to get that sort of slight darkening, but then it's going to give that added look of realism. So it's good whatever way you go about it, really. Right, so missed the brush. So there's no right or wrong way, you just slap it on when you're doing this over every last morsel of base. But as I say, you can go heavier in some places, go lighter in others. You can't do this stage wrong, but it does give you that really nice sort of urban battlefield, where everything has been blown to pieces, rubble strewn everywhere, and I really just like how it all turns out at the end, to be honest with you. But as I say, I do put a little bit more extra around the feet sections. And it doesn't even matter if you go onto the feet as well. So you don't have to be tidy. And I seldom am in this respect. So, you can see a bit I've missed there. So yeah, just making sure I can get the wash or the shade into those bits, because I don't know if some of you may not have seen when I've been talking about Titans in the past, especially with the basing side of things, because I do the bases. I normally don't attach the Titans to them until after I've painted the base. So when I'm building the base and putting the little bits and pieces in there, I'll have the Titan standing there and sort of moving it around, positioning it to how I want it to look, and then adding the debris and detritus around. But obviously there's nothing underneath where the feet are. So when it comes to sticking Mr. Titan to the base, there's a flat level there, and I use super glue. So I'll just go around the whole section, around the outline of the Titan, of where the foot is. And with that done, I will then put bicarbonate of soda, which is very fine powder. But when you use that with super glue, it sets like rock. It is like cement, literally, concrete even. It dries instantaneously, so it's sort of like doing like an activator sort of job to your super glue, but it sort of fills in the gaps, gives it a little bit of texture underneath the feet, because obviously it's going to be a plain plastic base otherwise. Well, not plain because it's got paint in it, but flat. And it just locks that Titan into position, so it's not going to fall off the base anytime soon. So, and then once that's all done, obviously you give it a little brush over with a brush to make sure you get any loose parts of bicarbonate off and out the way, and then you go over it at this stage. So you just fill it all in, all over with the Agrax. Trying to get that to a position there. And again, I used Pterodon, I think it was, Pterodon Blue, for the sort of roof panels, floor bits there. So you can see just in there. But yeah, just make sure you get Agrax into underneath against the walls and right underneath the bottom. Again, I'll stick super glue in the bottom floor and then just roughly paint over it with on the Mephiston stage, not Mephiston, the Mechanica standard phase of painting the base. It always helps to add a little bit more sort of in the window sort of thing, because because that look that they're burnt out, they've been gutted by fire or whatever. So it all adds to the effect of the look. Oh, that sucks, Felix. They're going into your third lockdown. Yeah, it's a very strange thing. I'm in some respects, I'm one of those people that I just get on with it. So I do what I'm told. If I stay at home, I stay at home. Obviously, only going out to get food and for everyone. So very hunter-gatherer. But you've got to try and keep ourselves safe. I've actually had both my injections now. So I've got that, but I'll still wear a mask when out in public. Obviously, where I've been back at work now, always wear a mask in store because it's common courtesy, just in case, you know, I did manage to pick it up. I don't want to be responsible for transferring it anywhere. So, yes. Although obviously the chances of me contracting it are reduced because of the having the vaccine. Right, so that's pretty much just a few bits I've missed. Give them a little bit, and then that's just the base taken care of. You can just let the base dry, which is quite nice and snug in the office today, the Sam's office. Yeah, that's. Oh, yeah. So actually, seeing it on the screen is quite helpful because you can just looking at it. I missed the rear end of that little column there, so I've now gone over that. So that's all hunky dory. And there's a few little. Let's get the rest off my brush. So that's So that's the base done. Red, white, and blue for Norway. Green, yellow, and black for Jamaica. We would be more than happy to show you some pictures. That is what this hobby is all about: to help and inspire each other. Yeah, as I say, just sharing your work. It can help somebody else see things differently and inspire them to do better with their own work. But yeah, and you say, like, whenever someone asks you a question, you know, doesn't hurt to answer, and it helps somebody else out. Chances of you doing some bat reps or at least pictures of the games. Yeah, I do. When I do get games going, I do post up like pictures from them. Obviously, Instagram, you can post more pictures, obviously. So I do that when I get the chance to do some games. Bat reps, possibly one day in the future, once I can get everything sorted out to actually do a bat rep, because I don't actually have a proper sort of setup board wise. I've got the scenery. I've got loads of scenery for because I got a lot of Civitas buildings. I've still got some which I haven't finished building yet. But you know, there's a few. Well, unfortunately, one of the guys has now moved to New Zealand. That was the 30K channel. David is emigrated, so that's out of the question, because I was asked to go and play a game of AT on the channel a couple of years ago. Year before last, so 2018. No, 2019, or just before that. It was basically when I started doing. Yeah, how long has it been out now? Jesus, 2018 came out. I didn't start Solaria. Oh, I'm getting confused now. 2019 was the 2019 was the last Horus Heresy weekend, and that's when I started Solaria, and that's when so that's when I was asked to do a battle on there on the channel. But I said, like, I'd like to do that. I just need to get some more Titans done, which I did, and then life, and didn't get the opportunity to actually go up to actually do it. And he had an excellent setup, but now he's obviously going to be in New Zealand. But yeah, there might be other tabletop standard, which also does sort of back repair reports. He should be starting up again soon with doing his coverage of games. And Titan Tabletop Standard also does a selection of videos, like tutorials of how to play the game. 9 little videos going through each phase. So I actually watched them when they put them up earlier in the year as a refresher, and I actually found them really useful because I thought, oh right, I wasn't quite sure on that, but now it's been explained, I know what I'm doing. So it is very good to be to watch those, the Tabletop Standard. 22 years in a hobby and I'm still learning. Yeah. Yeah, it's a continuously learning project process. I had to shoot off now. It was a joy tuning in. You have earned yourself a subscriber, good sir. Thank you very much. You've probably already gone, but if you do watch this back, thank you very much, Multi-Ant19. And I look forward to seeing the battle report of or pictures of your battle with your wife, with the Legio Patois and the Legio Norska. Sorry, yes, because you're. I'm assuming that you're from Scandinavia, of one of the many fine countries up there. I love Scandinavia, although I've only been to Denmark. But maybe somewhere I'll get further up to Sweden or Finland or Norway. But thank you for joining us anyway. It was lovely to chat with you. Almost 3 years. Yeah, I say I just. Do we count last year? Does 2020 exist? I don't know. Do we want it to exist? It was quite a bad one. Yes, Steve and Chris really do good stuff, and it's super cool when you see you on there and as well sometime. Yeah, I met Chris in person at the Legio Walks event last year, and yeah, no, he's really enthusiastic, really fun guy to chat to, and he was like just comparing the games we'd had already, because we were just like we met up during like it was like a little break time between games on the Saturday, where everyone could put their Titans out on display for judging for the sort of the painting competitions. So yeah, I just got chatting with him and one of his buddies at the time, just comparing how we were all doing in our relative games. Really, really nice guy. And I'll speak to him occasionally on Instagram. Just when random things come up and just chat to each other, as you do. But yeah, no, maybe I'll speak to him about going down there and playing a game with his setup once it's allowed to. Right. Yeah. Edit it out. Yeah. We won't talk about this again. All right, got to do some creative jiggery pokery now because I need to get my trusty Perspex board, because watering down paints always hand. It's really annoying that the chat didn't come up. Yeah, because obviously normally on my screen here I just look to I can look to the right and see the chat there, but obviously that's why I keep on having to re-look down at what I'm doing here. I'm going to use Iron Hand Steel for the trim. Pictures will be on AT18 later tonight. Yeah, Iron Hand trim, I've been using a lot of that recently, and for trim. So I've been using it as more of a sort of a little highlight part with trimming. But yeah, no, it's a great colour. Not as dark as the lead belcher, so it gives a nice little pep to it all. Where's me? Come out, wherever you are. There you are, Corex White. I'm going to need them. So yeah, so with the Corex White, I'll let that dry a bit more on that side of things. Let's get some more brushes for mixing. Where's that? Maybe not that one. Brush. I like to have so yeah, heavy metal brush. So still got a little bit, but yeah. Actually, there was a little thing that's come out recently, brush soap. Apparently, this brush soap can do wonders for your brushes, even if they're old and knackered. They can actually do a good job for you. Right, I'm just going to quickly change the water, because if we'll be mixing that up, it's not going to be good. Right, so some fresh water for mixing. Let's put them out of the way there. So, Corex White. Yeah, what was the who does the brush soap? I've also been thinking about red grass. Is it who do the everlasting wet palettes? Because a few friends of mine on Twitter have been getting some of them, and they're saying that they're very, very good. So it might be something I might look into actually trying out. Again, because I'm a bit of a traditionalist with my paints. So I've only been using like the palettes, like the Perspex sheet, literally for just under a year. I did have the old GW paint pads. I was using them to need that for mixing up, watering down, etc. In the past. Right, so on to Corex White. That's watered down. So get position. So yeah, so it's got a good consistency when I'm at the moment. And so I'm using this, which is a number 2 brush. Get it on there. Try to keep going the same direction and just get a nice bit of coverage as best I can. It's not 100% necessary to be perfect, because you're going to be going over this with the sort of 50-50 Agrax in a little while. But it's just getting the colour on as best you can into where you need it. So yeah, so I never get too sort of hung up on how sort of it doesn't. With these, it actually adds to the realism if you aren't as neat and tidy. It does work for you in that respect. I suppose on like smaller display models, you want it to be like parade ground look, but these things are meant to be outside, getting their asses handed to them on a semi-regular basis in the fields of battle. So having it not being perfect does actually add something to it. It gives it a little bit more, as I said, it's all about the depth and shadow. So I've just been careful not to hit the trim. Doesn't hurt. Just a little bit extra water, which help it flow that little bit better. So just scratching it on almost. That's really good. There is Masters, there is Broken Toad, and there's Monument. I'm sure there's others too. So yeah, so anyone watching, there's some places you can get your brush soap from. Yeah, I just remember like a few people again on Twitter were getting this brush soap and singing its praises on how it's really sort of helped revitalize brushes. But until you do it yourself, you can't really make a proper sort of judgment on it. I've got a red grass palette, never used it. Yeah, that's the thing. We go out, we buy these things. You think, oh, it's the next best thing, and you just like you start painting. You're like, oh, I could have started using that, but yeah, you forget about it. Yeah, so I just from a little perspex panel, and just bit of water. Just go from there, really. But yeah, I know like loads of people have used wet palettes before, and they just highly rate them. But I'm sure I will get on to using them one day, but not today. So I've got spare hair on my brush, which doesn't help. Yeah, it's a problem we've got lots of cats. You because I posted up some pictures of my Legio Audax on AT18 the other day, and somebody, not saying anything about the models, but basically saying, "Do you have cats or dogs?" Because they could see, they've looked at the pictures and they could see like a lone blonde hair. So you just thought, well, that's different, I guess, from the normal comments you get. So I actually looked at the pictures and thought, oh right, yeah, I can see a hair there, But yeah, you really had to sort of, I'm looking at this via my phone, so if someone's looking at a computer screen, you probably would see it a lot easier than what I was. But yes, it's one of those things. Was it embarrassing? Well, you've got 6 cats. What are you going to do? They are their own masters. We are just their servants. Yes. Actually, Dave, are you still? Have you been down to Wayland yet for a supply run, or have you just been doing stuff? Because I know they're sort of back open. The shop is anyway. Just wondering if you have been down there, if you ventured down there since they have reopened or not. I was actually thinking about going up there the other night, but I didn't. Hence, I'm asking. Yeah, the old cat hair colour scheme, Legio Catus. But yeah, it's. I honestly, you couldn't. You had to really be looking at the picture to pick it out. So, it was big. the scheme was being scrutinised. But he saw it, he mentioned it, and then I went, okay. I thought it was a bit odd. Normally you say, oh, that's a nice looking scheme. But no, he really looked at it. Do you have a dog or a cat with blonde hair? Yeah. Well, I have a dog with blonde hair. That's Timmy, a little Tibetan Spaniel, I think it is. That's it's a noisy little bug. I'm surprised he hasn't made an appearance here tonight and just barking, because he likes to bark. And then all the other cats that are part of the family. Right. It's a lovely colour, is correct, right? But as I said earlier on, it does dry out quite quick. I think I've had about, since their release, I think this is probably my fourth pot that I've had. Because I had one and it was like, I didn't use it, and the next minute I went to open it, it was like solid almost. I thought, bloody hell, I know I've had like foundation paints when they first started coming out in the 2000s, and they obviously, because of the thickness, they had that problem where they could dry out quite quickly. But yeah, it was ridiculous how fast it actually dried out. Right. And so at this stage as well, it doesn't really matter if you do get bits into like the little gaps and stuff, because we're going to be going over it anyway with the watered down egg racks anyway. So as long as we can get the paint where we need to get it, that's fine. Spread that around a bit more. That's that. Element games mainly, but I've not painted really for years. 80 has fired me up again. Well, it's good to hear, mate. Yeah, say I order from most stores. So Dark Sphere, Element, Goblin Games, Mighty Lancer. Last year, I got a few AT starter sets from. They were quite a good price they were doing them at the time. And they were quite good service. And I still Wayland as well. I several orders last year for other starter sets and occasional Warbringer or Warlord here and there. So yeah, and again, I know they've got a bit of a bad rep called like waylaid games, but generally, if they've got the stock, and they do show stock levels as well now, on most game systems, they can sort you out, but they do always have problems with like general Games Workshop stuff, because they only get so much shipped into them, so they have to try and obtain supplies from other suppliers of Games Workshop stuff to fulfill orders and that. So I'm sure that if they could get more, they would just sell that as well. So but yeah, I haven't had any major bad experiences. I've had one or two in the past, but I'm talking years ago. I think it was probably around about when 6th edition came out, I think. And they brought out those little lasgun ammo boxes with objective markers and dice in them. Because I bought them and other bits and pieces, and because there wasn't enough stock, it holds back the entire order. So, but that was then. I've not had anything major in years since, but just lucky, I guess. Gosh. So onto the head. So again, just picking out and going around little bits. Trying to be as careful as can be. Let's put them. I was holding my breath almost. So going around with these. And that's it. These are nice colours. Say ceramite white. Again, that was one of those ones that just dry out ridiculously fast. And Ufrain grey. We call them Wasteland games. A bit more water there. Ufrain grey, I used that a lot for doing white on some of my models in the past. But I really like Corax white. It's such a nice, not bright and in your face. The same with like Corvus black, how sort of charcoaly that is. And as I was saying earlier on with the melter guns on the Reaver, it's like it's been under the weather, not under the weather. It's been weathered, sort of thing, like that sun bleach, so it's not as black. That you don't expect it to be that black, and sometimes with real sharp colours, they look odd being in certain weapons, if you know what I mean. So yeah, so Corax and Corvus are equally awesome in my opinion. So Corvus is my go-to white for definite. That's a little scratch there and on there across the grills. So positioning of brushes are always important, so you don't fill in. I'll try and do a little bit scratchy to the back part. So David, are you going to also do a loyalist, Legio? Or are you just going to do your traitors as your only army, or what's your plans? What's your schemes? Your objectives and your dreams? And that, get that a little bit going. That's that. So that's the white done. Right. Excellent. Right, so that's the white done. Now, as I said to you, with the whites in place, I then go over with some, I'd say I've already mixed it up, 50-50 agrax and water. And where's that brush? Brushes, oh, there it is. So, now I'll also, because sometimes I also, if it's not going on just right, I will put some neat agrax into certain areas as well. But as I say, this is purely just to go over, because it will obviously accumulate, because it's going to be a lot runnier than anything else because of the water content. Yeah, so it's just get that on there. I'll say, because once that's on, we will try and go over with the watered down Corex again afterwards. So that's the back shoulder plates. And it doesn't really matter if you go onto the lead belcher as well, because it's all going to add to the their sort of look as well. I was posted up pictures of one of my Titans on Discord, and someone said, "Oh, I really like the way you've done that sort of the scratches on the metal," and I'm like, "I did what now?" But I think it's just the way, and I said to them, "So I think it's just the way I paint, because where I go over like with the lead belcher, iron hands, and all that sort of thing." Because I'm not doing them in like straightforward layers, and I'm washing them as well, it might give that actual look that I have done it deliberately. But it's just actually where I'm sort of dry brushing the silver over the iron hands over the sort of lead belcher that's been washed, and then washing it, it just accumulates and gives that overall sort of feel that it's like a bit scratchy and beaten, and so it's just a little something I just did by accident, so it's not bad. That's those pads, so let them dry a bit, and then the group is evenly split with loyalists and traitors. So for now, this Legio battle board is in the works. That's fair. I suppose it's similar to like when me and my mates started our journeys in doing the heresy. We all sort of was choosing what legios to go, not legions to go with, and yeah, we just basically went from there. Which the problem was, we all wanted to do traitor legions, because in 40k like chaos and all that sort of stuff. But now heresy, you could do those loyalists' versions of traitors and do those schemes. So I was, well, I wanted to do Emperor's Children, but my friend mentioned that he was going to do. So I thought, right, I won't do them, because then that would be, it would take away from his hobby. So I sort of left it and didn't bother. But then eventually he didn't continue, so I then sort of took up the mantle as such of doing them, and I have got, well, it was mostly part to because I did one model for on my base for Corax. So I had Raven Guard, and I was going to play Andy Hoare at one of the weekenders against his Emperor's Children. So I asked him how he painted his Emperor's Children, which was lead belcher and then a couple of coats, which he'd watered down with larinum and medium. But I didn't want to water them down and do multiple layers. I just done them in 2 layers with just neat Trucy Violet, and then sponged on sort of Runefang steel for like the chipping and all that, and it tied it all in together and looked really cool. So I did that, and then I had a large amount of Emperor's Children. So that worked out really well because I love the purple that they have, especially when you do the technique that Andy sort of explained to us with just using lead belcher and then a shade. It looked like how they look in the early Heresy Black Book art, that metallic-y, but it's not a fireworks. It's not that sort of strong, sort of purple. It's got like a pinkish purple to it, sort of a mauvey, metallic mauvey sort of thing. But it just looks good. It looks good, and I really liked the look of it. And yeah, so it helped me paint them up really, really quickly as well. So all good in the end. Just got to paint these apocalypse launchers. That's one. Get this other one. Yeah. Horus Heresy, which basically is 28mm epic. Having all those sort of, and I always like doing, again with Andy, he was doing large sort of infantry projects, because having like formations of infantry just going at each other with like coast combat and whatever guns they've got, it really is quite a lot of fun. Yes, there's a lot of models there, and in Heresy you have to expect, if you're playing a game and you're up against a Titan's going to absolutely pulverize you. But yeah, we focus more on doing mass infantry battles, which was a lot of fun, to say the least, in a few games that we've played. Our last one together, we was on the same side against a couple of friends of mine, Paul Busfield and Chris Vecht, with their Iron Hands. So, and that was at the Horus Heresy weekend, the last one in 2019. And yeah, we had I think it was 2,000 points each player. So obviously 4,000 points aside of all infantry. You could have. We was using the Centurion setup, so you could actually have one Leviathan, but otherwise it was like just infantry, dreadnoughts, speeders, and then just went at it. And yeah, that was a hell of a lot of fun. It came down to the end. We had Ferris Manus and Fulgrim fighting each other, whilst the infantry units just went around just trying to kill each other as best they can. And initially, Ferris had the upper hand, and Fulgrim lost a few wounds and that, but Andy managed to pull it back, and he decapitated the Gorgon once again. So it was a fun game all round. Having iron hands like immortals coming towards your palatine blades and your Phoenix Terminators. Yeah, no, it was just fun. And I was going around with Eidolon. And no matter how much you think Eidolon is a douchebag, his model is glorious and his rules are really cool. He's actually Eidolon for me has I've played against him as well. I had Nathaniel Garrow as my leader, and we was doing a duel against Andy's Eidolon on top of a Rhino. And I just, he had like Eternal Warrior, so it was like, I'd only hurt him really, or have a good chance of hurting him with rending with Libertas. So I'd get a rending through, and then he had he couldn't use his 2+ save, but then he had a 4+ invulnerable. So he was making all these saves, and I only took 1 wound off of him. And eventually, you'll see through attrition, he killed Garrow, so which was a shame. But yeah, it was a fun game. I think that tied up the series between us as well. But yes. So you've done the legs and head trim, just the carapace. Yes, fun. I don't envy you with that with the Laniuscara. Oh, sorry, Scott. Artist Empire, distracting you from working on the website. Well, just popping in, saying hi. It's always lovely to see you. So we've got our usual Wednesday paint over, free paint over Wednesdays with Artist Empire on his YouTube. Yeah, you check out some of his stuff as well, because the paint overs is amazing. Where you would like take a good photograph of your Titan, interesting angles, very important, and then just let him loose. If you get selected, he will make him look amazing. And even if you just go and look at some of his time lapse videos, which are only 20-30 seconds long, but you see from A to Z and just how it evolves with all the little details and bits and pieces he adds to the picture. That's fantastic. So yes, it's well worth checking out. Right, let's just let this dry off. I think these pads, they just need a couple more minutes just to make sure they're fully dry before going over them again. So, yeah, so you can see the white, and where I've gone over it with the Agrax, it's gone into the little grooves there. So when I use the Corax white again, I'm just going to be sort of just trying a little bit there. I might even smudge a bit, because it actually adds to the effect. if I can get my finger just to smudge it, just a smudge, just to get them over there, and just to bring the lightness back up on the actual pads, because I want to get them back to that sort of whiteness. So, and then I'll just, go like an edge lining with neat Agrax. Yeah, you do love a Titan. I can see you hanging out with me, and the Titan fever is catching you, mate. And my beverage is it's Bud, basically. It's got, I can't remember if we've got some sort of football tournament on or anything, but it's got a St. George flag on the actual thing for some reason. I have no idea why. I just drink the stuff. Yeah, it may not be the greatest of beers. It says it's a king of beers, but that's a lot of people don't say that. But I enjoy it. So, not like the my other night where I was drinking Carlsberg Export, which is a Danish beer, which I do rather enjoy. Yeah, we have Bud. Yeah, we have Coors. We have various other American imports as well. Right, I think that's about right for them, actually. Whilst before doing them, I'll just do the Apocalypse launchers, because I hadn't done them. So the white's dried on that. So just a quick dab into those whitey bits. But yeah, all these different layers of shade that I'm applying does help with the sort of the weathering part of the model, and that's what I like about these guys, because weathering does help to hide a lot of sins, which is very handy. But yeah, so I don't know if you you drink Stellas. Yes, over here we call Stellas wife beater, because it's sort of, you would expect some nefariously arsehole type dude sort of thing. It's not a name I use commonly because I don't drink Stella. Well, I did in the past, but I'm one of those guys where if it's cold, I'll drink it. But yes, some of the Italian beers are actually quite nice, like Peroni. But I'm more of a Scandinavian. As I said, I love my Carlsberg Export. Don't drink normal Carlsberg, just the Export. But yes. Right, so that's that taken care of. Yeah, it's a Stella, or Stella Artois, as they like to call it. He's sort of given that sort of sound over here. It's better than Special Brew, which has the nefarious sort of connotations that you drink Special Brew if you're not got a lot of money and you want to get drunk, because it was quite a high volume. I think Special Brew used to be like about 9% volume or something like that. Yeah, so it was the most strongest lager I've ever had was a lager I got from a pub in Covent Garden, and it was called Ecu, ECU. And I purely only bought it. It was like this sort of 330ml or 300ml bottle. It cost me £2.95, and that was going back to 1993. prices in London, and I purely got it because in this pub called the Roundhouse in Covent Garden, they had these chalk balls along the ceiling with their strongest import lagers, and it was 11%. And I was served by an American barman in an English pub in Covent Garden, and when I asked for it, he said, "Are you sure?" And I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Are you actually certain you want Echo?" Yeah. And I went, "Yes, that's what I asked for. That was what I would like, please." And he's gone, "Okay, buddy, I'll get it for you, but I'll just tell you, it tastes like sweet motor oil." He wasn't wrong, because in the sort of hour and a half I was walking around from that pub to another pub and another pub, I carried that same bottle and only managed to drink the neck. It was it wasn't it was so sweet, and it was like syrup. I even tried pouring it into people's pints, and everyone like, "Wait, don't do that!" And so I ended up just leaving it on the street somewhere. Yeah, it wasn't fun. But I did it. I can say that I did it, and I can tick it off my box that I've had a really strong uh, lager that really wasn't nice at all. Yeah, it's all like a fish. Oh, yeah, no, it was. Oh. I think the next worst beer I ever had was when I was on holiday in Corfu. It was an all inclusive, but you could only have certain beers and certain spirits. So you can only have Metaxa whiskey, or this. It was a German beer called Henniger, and because it was part of your all inclusive, you can drink as much as you want. But it was like, we friends, we filled up an entire sort of like garden table full of bottles at one night, and we just hated ourselves for it. We even went out into the sort of the town in the next day to try and buy ourselves lime cordial, so we could have lager and lime, just to try and take the taste off from this Henniger, because that was just wrong. It, and so you didn't want to. You're on an all inclusive, so you don't want to spend money on alcohol if you don't need to. Because we was, I say, when you went out, you would, end up buying cocktails or something like that. But you'd go to the hotel bar first to get yourself on the way with the cheap stuff. But as I said, we'd have to take some lime cordial to try and just get the taste out. Oh, it was, oh yeah. And what made it worse was after leaving there and flying back to the UK, we were going through duty free, and first drink we saw in there was Henniger. We were, oh no, he's followed us home. Oh dear, that was terrible. Really, really wasn't nice. Right, so just trying to get the white back on here. So trying to avoid going right too close to the edges, and just sort of scratching the paint on. Just mixing it up a bit more. So try and get as smooth as possible, it says. So I'll concentrate on that. So that's one. these pads sorted. I've actually been listening to new audio book I picked up Thursday night from a recommendation from a friend of mine, Matt Wingrove, which was the Primark book Alfarius, and he was saying, "Oh, it's really good. It's like, and like after the first sort of 20 minutes, you'll you'll hear the stuff, and you'll be going, oh my god!" And he wasn't wrong. But yeah, obviously a book written by Mike Brooks, who done Brutal and Cunning. And it's actually a really good little story. Obviously, he's writing it from Alfarius's point of view, and he even says in that you can't trust what he says. But yeah, what he does say, it is, say, a really good sort of story, and getting to see how Alfarius goes about things. And as I said, the little sort of shock, well, not say shocking, but like little bits in there which will make you go, oh, do you trust what he says? And that's down to you if you do. But what he does say there, he does make you go, oh, hello. And it would be interesting if you could say it was true, but you can't say it's true because it's coming from Alfarius, and he doesn't trust anybody who tells the truth. So, it's my first Primark book that I've listened to, but it does sort of help to show him in a sort of, like with most stories within the heresy, etc. Sometimes you can get a story and it really makes you look at a character in a totally different light. Which I say, one of my favourite is a short story, Prince of the Red Sands, which is about Angron. Because until I read that, Angron was just angry Ron. He was just a mindless beast that just went around killing things. But then after reading Prince of Red Sands, I got a new appreciation of him and saw him in a totally different light, and actually saw him as a character, as a person with some depth about him, and not just all I do is smash things. Which, yes, admittedly, that is all he pretty much does. That and bench pressing warhounds. But it really does sort of show him more than just one-dimensional character. And I'm all for that, because I love a book that makes you stop and think, oh, hold on. Didn't even think of that. But yeah, it's but yeah, most of the time he's just angry and punchy. Or choppy. Depends what his mood he's in. But yeah, no, it's quite interesting to see that sort of origin story for Alfarius, and how he, sort of talks about, things about other characters from the books and from the background. Oh yeah, out doing airsoft tomorrow. So yeah, no, thank you for joining us today, David. Pleasure to have you here, and I'll be checking out AT18 to see your models as you're painting them and putting them up. if you're doing that tonight or tomorrow. I know you said you'd do it tonight, but you might be too tired to. But yeah, no, lovely to have you down here, mate, and hope that you can come back and join us again next Saturday, because I'm going to be trying to do this as a regular little hobby hangout thing. So we can always just talk about other stuff, not just hobby. We were talking about films last week, classic sci-fi and all that, but it depends who's in the stream. But yeah, lovely to have you, mate, and catch you later. Sleep tight. Don't get shot too badly. Come on, Mr. White. Dab and dab. It's kind of like with this brush, I'm just sort of scratching the paint onto the actual. I know I'm not, but it just feels like the motion that I'm doing. It feels like you're just scratching it into position. It's going on smoothly, but it's just the only way I can sort of describe it, really. I'll give it a little tip. So you got this last pad here. So that's. I'm going to let that dry, because otherwise it's just going to get ruined if I try going over that again. I'll go for the head now. Your legs will pay the price. Yeah. Yeah, it's the old knees. So trying to get into a good hiding position to shoot the enemy, and then trying to get up again is never easy. I have enough of that at work. I'm not getting shot by airsoft. Right, that's one side. The side. Definitely makes the paint smooth, making the paint smoother. And just lightly going across. So you don't have to be perfect, because I say you will be adding some more agrax to it anyway, just to help hide certain parts from what I've done. What I'll do. And then and even if it's just lightly watered down, just having a little bit of the lightness come through can make a huge difference when doing these parts. You don't want to get too many layers up on the paint, because that just doesn't really work. Just a little bit here and there. It's all working out quite well. It says almost overpainted it just then, but Never mind. So whoever you're in the stream there, anyone who's new, hello, welcome. This is the so this is the laid-back zone on the painting. Not doing trim, because if I was doing trim, I'd be like in a higher state of consciousness about now, because I just tend to zone out completely and doing trim and all that. Yeah, to say it's just, you know, any questions I get. Well, you know what I'm like when I'm on the paint over streams on a Wednesday. People ask questions, and you answer them. Crimson was actually in here earlier on, because I haven't seen Crimson for a while, but he was saying that he's been lurking on our Wednesday stream, and he just popped in to say hello, as he said. So it was nice to see Crimson. He was having actually Miniature Apothecary was on here as well. He joined in for a little while and was having a chat with Crimson about his space sharks that he's painted. You know that guy you painted. No, you done his Iron Warrior, didn't you? The first, probably the week before you done my Titan. You've done his Iron Warrior dude, but then he produced that guy with the axe that I think you was going to do in a Patreon paint over, I think. But yeah, you done his Dreadnought though. You definitely did his Dreadnought that you done recently, which was, again, Matthew done a great job with that, and it looked absolutely badass. You're a little lurker, you. Yeah, I say lurking, just especially if you're doing like work, like and doing website design or whatever. And then some long-haired fool from England is distracting you from doing it. It's nice to have you along for the ride, dude. I was actually going to think about obviously where, like, when you host on a Wednesday, I'll speak to you about that. If you use anything apart from obviously the studio that you invite me into, if there's anything else that you need to invite people in, because it'll always be nice to actually have people pop in if they wanted to have a chat on screen. Because as you notice, I've been talking now for 3 hours. But it's sometimes nice to have someone to talk to. Yeah, no, I say it's good to hear that you're actually getting back into the whole thing as such, coming back into the fold of hobbying, and I'm still looking forward to seeing your first sort of models out painted, and then obviously you might be lucky and get a free paint over from a guy I know. We'll start advertising. You say, hey, look, I painted this, and then you do a paint over to make it look even more awesome. You only use one iPhone and one iPad. Yeah, you could probably just use the phone, because I need it because I use the iPad. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Yeah, no, because we're working on doing like a 2-camera setup for this. So I have, instead of me sort of picking up on that, you can just see me doing that, and then look at the camera. So me in the corner and like that sort of thing, like all the professionals do. That's the plan anyway. It's just getting around to actually doing it at some stage. But we've got cameras. I've got. I did fiddle about a bit beforehand trying to set up the. Sorry, put this into place. Oop. So shoulder apocalypse launchers. So yeah, I was trying to set up the camera. I was experimenting with my phone and plugging that in, but it weren't picking up. Because Sam was saying about she's got OBS, but I just need to set up the OBS with the new camera we've got, because we're just going through the iMac camera at the moment. We've got a Logitech camera, which is a better definition. But obviously, if I'm able to get my iPhone and use that as the secondary camera, because that's got like 4K capability on there. Obviously, not that it will stream full 4K, because obviously YouTube's algorithm and it's compressing and stuff. But yeah, well, that's the plan. It's just bringing it all together into fruition. Right. So yes. So just gonna make some comparisons. So yeah, so you can see the orange, which was the Griffhound orange, has gone quite well in there. The white on the shoulder pads, I'm going to have to sort of give another little go over. Yeah, it would take time. It would be worth it. Yeah, hopefully, once I get it sorted out. Yeah, with the poses, Felix, some of these kits are so good to work with. As I say, with that, I wanted that sort of like staggering and sort of turning himself to look at somebody. Because with the bases, there's only so much you can do, because you want to have a good striding pose, but you only generally get a good striding poses if you went that way, sort of thing, the long way. But then you need to have it going that way for the templates, because you want to have the templates fit onto there quite nicely. So you normally just put a little mark to represent where the center is, for gaming reasons. So it doesn't matter if he's sort of facing at an angle. He's still forward facing as such. It's just looking slightly to the right, or to his right. But yeah, so it's getting those bits in place in situ. So what I can actually do, whilst that's sort of drying anyway, I'm going to go put some stick some armor plates into position, because I can do that now if I find my super glue. And for this part, I always use Loctite super glue, because it just works. So I'm just going to take the gums off, because I don't need to be there as such. Oh, I have to touch that off as well. But yeah. Yeah, as I said to you the other week with the photographing of models, my friend Nigel Brunson, he's a photographer, and he came down. It was a friend's birthday, and I drove him up to Warhammer World to spend the day knocking about and gaming or whatever. And I picked my mate Nigel, who lives up in Derby, which is on really close to Nottingham. It's literally about 20 minutes away from Warhammer World, sort of thing. And he come along with his camera and took loads of photographs, and he was just sort of he's come with me a couple of times when I've been up there, and he's sort of just given me like little pointers on how to take pictures, which I have used to my advantage when taking photographs. Because unless because most people will just do them as you know, face on or from above and looking down, but by with my iPhone, as I said, I tend to invert it and take it from a lower angle to give you those sort of more dynamic looks. And that's what makes for a good picture, I find anyway. Right, so this is a fire plate that's going on. Oh, it's glued my finger. Well done, mate. And just make sure I don't use my glued finger to attach it, because otherwise my finger's not coming off of it. There's even Games Workshop a few years ago, and I think it's still on their website, where it tells you, gives you advice on how to take, what sort of lighting conditions to take pictures of your models in, which is never a bad thing, because once you know, you know. So that's the fire armor. I'm going to go for the chest plate, because these Titans have this little plate that goes underneath the head, just there. So give it a quick clean up on the bits where I just cut them off the sprue. Now with them, obviously you need to sort of touch up with your paint. So that's the only thing with painting them on the sprues, you've got to do that little bit of touch up work. So again, it's easily done. Just go back to it when you can. So firm press, that's in position. Going for the groin plate now. Oh, well, this is probably the easiest one to go on anyway. The way that slides into position, nice big hole on the back. I do love this part when you're adding the plates back, or not back, for the first time. You're putting the plates into position, and you start to see it all starting to come together with its armour on. And you go for the leg greaves. And with the leg greave, doesn't matter which way they go on, as long as they go on. And that's why you have to be careful with your leg positioning, because if you angle it too much, you might not be able to squeeze the plate on, because warlords aren't traditionally known to be the most dynamic of Titans, even though in some stories they have been quite dramatically dynamic. So I always dry fit first to make sure it goes on, first time. So that's fine. We see on the back here, you can see you've got the little hole there which goes into this little bit here. Just about to see it. This little nub, and then there's two little raised dots. So I always put a bit of adhesive onto them as well, because they're going to attach to these little bits that you put on beforehand. So I'll show you on this on its left leg. Just make sure it's in position. That's nice. So here you've got two little smaller plates that go on first, and then the big front greave goes over the top, and it glues onto these two bits here and the nub bit there. So nice. So now you can see it all building up. The plates really do add quite a lot to how the Titan looks. It gives you that nice sort of, meaty, sort of tough, badass even look to them. Now I'm going to go for the cowling, which goes just above this headpiece here. So that's why I wasn't really bothered too much with the back part of the head, because you're not really going to see it. So doing this, it just slides in. There's a little sort of slot that you pop the head into. Oh, not the head, sorry, the head cowling. So you get that, this little there you go. So the head cowling that goes into there underneath. And it's got a little slot bit that you just slide straight into. So it's really quite easy on that side of things. All right. Now I've got to do down the side, sort of like the where the kidneys would be. Not that I have kidneys. There's a little slot there, and then you've got to do this part attaches to this part along with this part, and that's going to have two plates, and that sticks into the actual kidney area. And seeing as I didn't, because I really have a hard time remembering which way it goes and which one it goes on, so I normally have the instructions with me, but I haven't because I forgot to. So it does make it easier, though, to be fair, because on the backs of those plates that go onto the little connector to the kidneys, I don't know if you're probably able to see. Yeah, you're probably just about to see there. You can see that little shape there. It's actually shaped, so it will just sit onto the actual bit it has to, really. So it's only one way to actually stick them on, but it's just making sure you do it right. Talking about posing titans reminds me of my favourite scene in lore. In Titanicus, when Sicarian Pharaoh is dueling with the Chaos Warlord, and they are just striding parallel to each other, torso twisting, to look at each other and just unloading all their weapons and levelling the city blocks between them. Yeah, so that's a book that needs to be made into an audiobook. I don't know if you've ever listened to Honour the Dead by Gav Thorpe. That was one of the first audiobooks they'd done, which was, it was pretty much wholly had Titan battles in there, but they had the sound effects of the war horns, so, and like sound effects of like certain guns and stuff like that. It added so much to the story, just having those little like bits thrown in. Made it so much more awesome. But Titanicus needs, because they haven't made an audio of it, which seems a bit criminal, because again, it's one of those books that a lot of people revere because it was like the first book involving, I think it was like the first novel, which was basically Titan War. Obviously, you had like other parts in there revolving around Callie Samstag and the PDF troopers and their little adventures. But yeah, it was obviously aimed at Titan princeps and stuff like that. So it would have been, even just hearing the story. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Honor the Dead. Obviously from Black Library. It really was, the bad. It was the Legio Praesidius, the true messengers at on Calth. So it's set obviously during the Calth atrocity, and they were based around the city of Ithaca when it all kicked off, and they're fighting Legio Suterrava, the Fire Masters, who were the bad guys. The, the princeps of the Fire Masters, like the main bad guy in there, he does come across as a bit of a twirly moustache villain, but yeah. It's all worth it just for the Titan battling. So I'm just imagining him just sitting in his warhound going and twiddling moustache. Oh. Yeah. So yeah, that's the sort of look these little kidney plates are. I'll let that dry a bit more before doing anything else. Right. I have to say though, still my favourite Titan story is Titan Death with the Legio Solaria. Such an awesome story. From little flashbacks that it has in it from its formation of the Legio, going up to reasons for why Legio Solaria and Legio Volpa really don't get on before the heresy, and how they really don't get on after the heresy. But it was Guy Haley, Titan Death. Yeah, I totally recommend that. Obviously, there's a few other ones like Warlord and Imperator by, again, I think Gav Thorpe done those two. But yeah, it's always, most people will always quote sort of Titanicus and Titan Death. If you've got Titan in the name, you know you're on a good one. Yeah, it's Imperator. Is it better than Titanicus and Mechanicum? Right. Mechanicum is just awesome. One of my top 5 heresy books. So it's always going to be hard. I think because Titanicus is set in the 40k era, it sort of has its own place, if you know what I mean. And with the modern books, they're going to be a step up in some respects. Dan Abnett is a fantastic writer, and all his books have a certain sort of je ne sais quoi about them. And his like Inquisitor series with Ironhorn and Ravna and Belquin. Belkin? Belkin, I think. They're in their own league. You know, when he's given he's given his space to roam, he really does some really great stories. And like in the Heresy, where he sort of been responsible for making people fall in love with like Space Wolves, reinvented them pretty much with their sort of Mjolnir and everything. Yeah, it's much better light. Also, just position it, and all their little quirks and stuff. But yeah, he does write some good stories. He does, obviously, being a writer, create stuff which might not be part of the lore, but he does. You know, when he's writing these books, he actually goes and asks the fans. You know, he'll put a tweet out saying, "Does anybody know anything about this or that?" And so he does sort of look into it and ask people. But obviously, it depends if he listens to certain people, what they tell him, and if he takes that. You know, because obviously, us fans, we do hold this whole thing on a pedestal, and you know, it depends who answers and if he likes that answer, and you might use it. It might not be wholly right, but you can't blame him for asking. You know, because even some of the guys at sort of like Black Library and all that, not all of them know everything about the whole thing. It used to be a little bit better when you had someone like Laurie Golding, who was sort of a bit of the lore smith of stuff. But you know, there's always something somewhere where someone will come out with a little known fact, and not everybody knows everything. You know, we certainly don't know everything, and those guys are privy to a lot of stuff. But there's still stuff that there's so much. Not you can't have just one person that knows everything about 40k and heresy and everything, you know. So, but having that guy like the role that Laurie had, well, obviously not just being an editor, but he did, you know, have a little bit more knowledge about everything. Where he would speak to Alan Merrick and like Rick Priestley and his wife Lindsay. You know, they knew the general flow of everything, but it's like having that centralized lore master would actually be quite helpful. But they haven't really got anything like that at present within Black Library, and to a lesser extent, even Games Workshop. So it's a position that they need, really. Not that I'm after a job, but yeah, it would be handy having somebody who did know what was going. It's just basically, you know, consistency, because you know what us fans are like. Especially the more intense ones amongst us, where, oh, but you said in page 17 of this, that, and the other that this happens, but it's contradicted when you read this book, sort of thing. You know, we do embrace every facet of this hobby, but sometimes we do take things a little bit too far. I've even done it myself, and I'm sure when you look back at certain conversations, you may have done something similar. So, all right, I'll cut these plates off. These ones are the actual rear shoulder plates. The front ones. Yeah, no, some of the inconsistencies are quite good. There's also there was something someone was saying the other day, where it was to do with Legio Salaria and what's written in the Loyalist Legio's book, because the person who was making the point in the post was taking it quite literally, and the way they write, like the Legio books, it is they're writing it not as a factual thing, but is this if a historian was actually there writing these things up, because they were saying about the history of the Great Mother of Solaria, Escher Mancana Vi, in Titan Death. She interfered with. There was like a trial going, like a games to impress this visitor from the Forge World Tigress, this ambassador, and all the night houses on Procon Vi. Their knights were basically they'd been lost for generations, and so they've been trying to maintain their knights. They were basically steam-powered knights that they had, because they're just trying to keep them working. They had to find alternative fuel sources, so they had these knights were basically steampunk knights, and they were doing this contest where the knights had on their like weapon arm had like a lance or something, a stick, and they had to pick up a ring, this reef sort of thing. And her brother was running along his knight. He had the reef, and he was being chased by other knights from other houses, and it was for the honour of Procon Vi because they were the head house. He's running along, but he gets taken out, and she was riding on her horse at a safe position, and she came riding alongside her brother in celebration, and then obviously he got his arse handed to him from a guy from behind who's took him out, and as he's gone down, the reef has gone rolling, and Mancana basically picked up the reef. So she's leant down off the horse, picked the reef up, and continued riding for the honour of a house. Right? She shouldn't have done it because she's on a horse. A horse is now being chased by knights, steam powered or not. She's being chased by knights, and they want that reef. But yeah, so she does her awesome horsemanship and gets across the finish line with the reef. And as I say, she thought she was doing, it was the wrong thing, but she thought she was doing the right thing to bring honour to her family, to impress her father, who's the king of the knights of Procon Vi. He wasn't too impressed, and he sort of let her know that. But the ambassador, he wasn't. Well, not that he wasn't impressed, but like he was only there to sort of make an agreement with the knights there to get access to maybe their pilots. So whoever won the Scions was going to be given an option, sort of thing. But because of the sort of how outraged the king was, the ambassador came up with a solution, because obviously it was a male-dominated planet, and the daughters are only good for marrying off. Is their whole look? You're not a knight. There was no like female knights on Procon Vi, and so the ambassador came up with the idea, okay, I've got a solution. Why don't you, send your daughters with me? We'll take them away so you're not embarrassed by them anymore. And everything will be cool. We'll give you technology. We'll help maintain and build up your knights so they're back to tip-top condition. And obviously at night, oh yes, we need our steeds. We need them to be the best. And what's a few women anyway, sort of thing. Now, from the Mechanicus side or Mechanicum side of view, it was all about genetics. The women are of the same genetic line. They're not inferior. In some respects, they're better in some things than they are, and the men are, and vice versa. But they were only after the genetics, and so they took all of these daughters of Procon Vi and other houses with them, and said, "Okay, welcome to Tigris. You are now going to be, because knight households, the families and generations are of good genetic stock." And because of that, they got given a Titan Legio, which was the Imperial Hunters. And so the next time, the daughters of Procon Vi met up with the knights of Procon Vi, it was like looking up at at her in a Titan from their knights. So it was, it was quite a nice little sort of twist around and how they sort of created the household, and why there was a Legio, which was totally made of women. Glorious Revenge. Well, as you say, you don't have to be a dick about anything, and you say she'd done something for the honour of the house. She felt part of the house, but Daddy Dearest was being a bit of an arsehole. And in the end, instead of having the glory of becoming the scions or the princeps of Titans, they still had their knights. They don't know any better, but their daughters were taken off and trained and indoctrinated and everything, or whatever, into being Titan princeps. And a Titan is a lot more powerful than a knight, and that's a fact. But so that's how the household was created. But so that was from Titan Death. But in this Legio's book, the Loyalist Legio's books, it's telling the history, but it's from an outsider's perspective. So it's not taking it from the first hand, which you read it in Titan Death. You're reading it from a historian's perspective. And this guy who was making this little complaint about it hadn't cottoned on to that fact. So all those books that you see for Adeptus Titanicus in the game is written by supposed historians viewing the facts at hand. So they're never going to be exactly the same as a first person's account that you are reading in the book Titan Death. And obviously this person didn't realise that. But it was Glorious Revenge and the Imperial Hunters as of the events of Titan Death, which I thought was pretty awesome. Imperial Hunters as a Legio had the third best kill to death ratio overall out of the Titan Legios, and that is pretty impressive, because if you think they're not a Primaris grade Titan Legio, because you've got Primaris, you've got Secundus and tertiary grade, and then you have different levels within those three tiers. To achieve that and you've got other Titan Legios like Gryphonicus, Mortis, Ignatum, the Fire Masters, Persegius, you know, all these other Titan Legions over there, and yet they have the third best kill to death rate. So they kill more than they die, because the way they operate. So that was another cool little fact for collecting, or a little snippet for why collecting Legio Solaria was really cool. They are and that's why they got called the Imperial Hunters, because that's what they do. They hunt you down. They ravage you with their warhounds. They do have a lot of warhounds. I think in the books they do give the martial strength of each legio in there. And at the time of Titan death, 104 Titans of Legio Solaria was the sort of the last official count as such of how many Titans they actually had. But out of that 104, 67 of them were Warhound class. And from Titan death itself, they had the first mana pool, which was under the command of the Great Mother, as her title is, had 12 warlords in first mana pool, and they were called the Myrmidons. They were pretty badass because they shot down a ship, a ship that was descending from orbit, and they just basically just led back with their volcano cannons and opened up and shot it down. No, Solaria was a new Legio. So the Legio Solaria had been created at the start of sort of like the Great Crusade, basically. So 200 years before Titan death. So because Escher Mankata Vi, I think it was Escher. It might be that might be her daughter. The Great Mother was that woman that picked up the thing, the reef, won the race, and then got taken to Tigris, where they were given Titans. So she's, as I said, over 200 years old, and she's basically living in an amniotic tank now after all the battles and wars that she's been part of. And she's in a warlord Titan in charge of the Imperial Hunters. But yeah, it was after Titan death, they changed because obviously getting hold of princeps, so they opened up that they would accept male recruits into the actual Imperial Hunters, because they did do a lot of cloning and stuff like that, but they lost so many people during Titan death. Obviously, that's why it's called Titan death. Lots of Titans died. I think I'm reading one of the Siege novels. You see, it was the Guy Haley's one, obviously. You see, there's 17 Titans on Terra of Legio Solaria. So out of the 104 that went there, they got, like all the Titan Legios at Beta Garment, they got horrendously battered because that was going on for years, and Titans on Titan combat is going to cause a lot of mess. So yeah, they took a lot of losses, but everybody took a lot of losses at Titan death. That's why they call it the Titan death. Yeah, there's several flashbacks. So obviously you got a couple of point of view characters. So the Great Mother flashing back to when she was younger, and then her daughter, who's now one of the Princeps Senioris of third maniple, I think she is. And yeah, so they do have natural born daughters that become Princeps, or they are direct clones from certain key members, like the Great Mother herself has many sort of clones and that are piloting. So they're using all the gene stock as best they can. This is a kidney armor. Yeah. So that's one. Least favourite part, putting this armour in on the kidneys, but it has to be done. So there you go. So it goes in right there with the piece. So that's all the armour plates into position. The only ones left off are the tilt shields, which I will do in a moment. Get them into position. Once I find there, that's where I put them. So yeah, once you put your parts in place, you'll only have left on the sprue are the middle shoulder plates that you haven't used, basically. That's double of that. Straighten that as best you can. So tilt shield's now on. So that's your Titan. So that's basically, yeah. So that's your armor plates all taken care of. The only thing that's left to go on is the volcano bits here. So we should do them quickly. And then it'll just be a little bit of tidying up, really, which that's the time now. It's coming up to 12, so that's another 4-hour exercise in painting and chatting, taken care of. But I hope that you can see how easy overall it is to do these schemes. Just tidy up. Always tidy up as you go to keep it all nice and smooth. You know, those little bits of flash off, and obviously going on afterwards. Now with these gun shields, on the back they've got 3 little bits there, and then a long flat bit. So on your volcano cannon, there is a spot for 3 little bits, and then the flat bit sitting there. So make sure you've got the right one for the right side. You don't want to be putting it over there because you can't put it on there. But if you've got the wrong one, you could. And then you just glue that little bugger into place. And as I say, with that, I will be using the decals to actually put some, like maybe some checkers, or the on the decal sheet. You've got lots of options to what to put on your Titan. So I'll make sure I get some nice ones to put on there. That is a Titan built with all its bits and pieces. I was like pose-wise, because I do try to keep the ability to adjust the actual cannon angle. So that's sort of the pose I was sort of looking at. So like the one gun sort of down and away, then maybe that one actually raised a bit higher as if going to shoot. So it's like, gunslinger. So just pulls up the one gun and boo, like that. That's the plan anyway. How do you like volcanoes compared to plasmas and macro gatlins? I know you like your Quake. Yeah, I love my Quake cannons. Not the strongest of weapons, but the most hilarious, in my opinion. But no, volcanoes are definitely a great weapon system for the game. So large template, long range, high strength. Obviously, it's a case of you need to get the shields down with any of your big, like smaller weapons. So missiles, Vulcan Mega Bolters, Gatlins. Strip the shields down. So the volcanoes really are, you're getting in some real heavy hitting weaponry. And as long as you don't roll a 1 on the armor roll, it's going to hurt most things. It's going to do at least, even on a big Titan, hitting it in the body, you're going to do at least 1 damage once you bypass, because obviously bigger Titans, the tougher they are. And you've got to beat their armor value to see whatever that levels are. So a volcano will definitely give you a handy edge. Obviously, Reaver versions are weaker. They're only strength 10. With your Sun Furies, even plasma blast guns, maximal fire is risk and reward, because you roll a 1, you take extra heat. And like the first time I fired a Sun Fury, I rolled 4 1s. So my reactor just went boom right on up. Luckily, this was at first fire, so I got a repair roll to obviously get the reactor down again, and I survived the roll to minimal damage to myself, because obviously you've got to check your reactor before you do your rolls, because you can blow up in the repair phase, which is annoying. Yeah, so with volcanoes, they kill. That's what they're there for. They are for obliterating the hell out of things. But you can't target them. So you can't pick out a cooled shot upon an enemy Titan. So you have to go with roll. So you could fire your volcano cannon, get 2 solid hits against an enemy. But if you roll a weapon hit, yeah, as long as you don't roll a 1, you're taking out that weapon. But then the second hit that you would have got, if you get the template, the center hole of the template over the model, it counts as 2 hits. so you basically waste it. Whereas with a Sun Fury, you can do called shots. Adds 2 to the difficulty, but if you've got an enemy who's got a really badly damaged like body or leg sort of thing, hitting an unshielded Titan that's badly damaged with a Sun Fury is a great way of killing it. Again, as long as you hit with your to hit rolls, so obviously you're rolling 5+ to do a called shot, unless you have some bonus or something, I don't know. Or you're up close and personal. If you're within 2 inches and you're shooting something with a Sun Fury, it's only -1 to your roll to hit instead of -2 for your called shot. But yeah, you're doing your base of 10 damage, and plus whatever damage is already on there. So if you're getting like a +1, +2, or +3 on a leg, for example, so you're doing with that, and yeah, if it was at -3, then you got 13 strength straight off the bat. Then you're rolling your armor roll. Also, take into account if you're shooting it from the side or from behind. So if you're shooting a badly damaged Titan from behind, you're going to be doing a base of 15 damage, 15 strength, sorry. So again, as long as you don't roll a 1, you roll a 2, that's 17. That's a crit. So that's going to, add 1 more to the crit plus another crit. And if you've got, 4 shots coming in at somebody and you're rolling 2 pluses, that's 4 crits on a badly damaged Titan. That's dead. That's Titan bye-bye. And that's what it's all about. Is choosing the right weapon for the right occasion. But you got to use weapons that you're comfortable with using. As I said, I prefer quake cannons. I love melters. I also like apocalypse launchers and turbo lasers. Oh, terribly sorry. Yes, because it's now midnight. But yeah, so thing to bear in mind when you're playing games. If the target is shielded, you use your lowest strength weapons first. Strip those shields. Then use your higher strength ones. Obviously, if you've got turbo lasers or las blasters, then you do have the option of using shield bane to make it harder for them to save. But again, if you're parrying like a Reaver with like Gatling blaster, Apox, and a melter. So shooting a target with shields, so you Apox first. You might get lucky, reduce a couple of shields. Then you use your Gatling blaster to try and strip off the last shields. Because once those shields are down, hitting them with a melter cannon is going to sting like a bitch. And because that's strength 11, straight off the bat. Large template, so again, you get center circle over the target. That's 2 hits at strength 11. Hopefully you roll something like a body hit, which is only like strength 10. Toughness 10 sort of thing. Armor 10 base on a Reaver, for example. I think. And then you just roll your dice. Take into account angle of attack, so from side or rear. So you can start off with a minimum, from without armor. If it's a fresh target, if you're hitting it from the side, you're doing a minimum of 12 damage, like a volcano cannon, or maximum of 13 from the side, from the rear. Then you do your dice roll. Hopefully, you don't roll once. So you're getting a couple of strong hits. So as I said, shields up, you use your small weapons first. If the shields are down, you go with your strong weapons first to see where you hit. So what I would generally do if I hitting an unshielded target or shoot with the melter cannon, for example, see where it hits. Hopefully you either get a body or a leg, maybe. Do some damage with them, and hopefully you'll have like a plus on there, like +1, +2 if you're lucky. If you get a couple of good solid hits, like with your melted cannons, that if you shoot them then with your Gatling blaster, for instance, you might get another couple of hits, so you'll get like +3. So when you fire your apox and you're doing targeted shots at the leg or whatever, you've got the additional damage modifier. So you could be doing a minimum of strength 7 with your apox. So that's your 4 base plus, if you've got +3, for example, on the damage, hitting on a 5+, but I've killed targets with an apox launcher, So as I said, it's however badly damaged they are. Hello there, Matt. Welcome back. Yes, so yeah, I'm just running through how to kill things with Titans. Oh yeah, sorry, and that's the big guy with its plates in place. Let's try that again. That's a bit better. So, yeah, so I'll be adding decals onto that. So I won't be doing that tonight because it's getting a bit late now, and I can't focus. I don't have the decals here either in the house. But yeah, so that's basically the little fella. I was just doing poses and obviously doing the tactical debrief of how to kill your enemy with Titans. But yeah, it is, Warhounds, Plasma Blast Guns, and Vulcan Mega Bolters are a safe bet. When building Titans, so you've got options, but if you're one of those people where you just think, I don't want to be mucking about with magnets and stuff, especially because with the Reaver and the Warhound, they don't come with built-in mag points, and you've got to do them yourself, and that can be tricky. And I've made a right pig's ear of some of the connectors in the past, and when you attach them, they don't look right. You feel quite, it's quite upsetting. But yeah, Warhounds, Vulcan Mega Belter and Plasma Blast Gun is a safe bet, or Plasma and not Volcano, Turbo Laser. It's also good. I always try to, I've played against guys that had like dual Plasma and a Warhound. And because I'm not saying that I'm sort of reserved in that respect, but I like to keep my Titans around as long as possible, and having something that could give out a lot of reactor, you could be doing yourself harm a lot easier and a lot quicker going around with dual Plasma. But some people love that stuff, running up to someone point blank, boom, 4 Plasma shots to the face ain't a great day for you. So yeah, I always like to mix them up. But as I said, like with this little fella, I haven't bothered magnetizing this particular one. Out of the 4 Warhounds I've got for Fortidus, 2 of them are glued in place, and the other 2 are magnetized. So I've got a bit of tactical flexibility. So if I wanted to go with a Warhound with 2 Inferno guns, I can do that. If I'm playing against Knights, 2 Inferno guns are fun because you're doing all those auto hits. Templates are great like that. But obviously you've got Vulcan Mega Bolters. I love Vulcan Mega Bolters just because of the rapid trait. So you could theoretically get 12 shots if you opened up with the 6s. you could get a lot of shots, and that's a lot of saves. And if you're trying to save against them, yeah, you've got a good chance of stripping some shields. Obviously, if you're using something like a Venator light maniple, you want your warhounds to strip shields because you get a free shot from your Reaver. So it's always fun to get rid of that. You've magnetized all your Titans fully. Yeah, for the start with my warhounds, my early warhounds. So my first ones for Krytos, Ignatum, and Solaria. I didn't magnetize, and I think actually even Volcanum. So that was my 4th Legio. Sorry, they're all glued in place. It was only with like Ignatum, because I only had 2 in Ignatum, 2 in Krytos, 6 in Solaria, and 2. 3. No, 2. Sorry, 2 in Volcanum. They were all glued in place, so it'd be like turbos and plasmas and Vulcan megabolts. So they were done. It wasn't until Legio Ozydax, my 5th Legio, that I started magnetizing warhounds. Because I could, at that time, I thought it was mentioned where Ursa's claws were coming out. I thought, oh, that would be actually good to have like Ursa's claws, and so I started magnetizing from then. So my last couple of warhounds for Ignatum, the last 2 are magnetized, and pretty much the majority of warhounds from Ozydax and onwards are magnetized, apart from 2 in my Legio Audax. The 2 that I painted last week, I didn't bother magnetizing because I thought I've got 6 that are already fully magnetized, and I've got 6 Ursa's claws for them, so that'll do. Because there'll be like support ones. So if I had like 2 maniples of 4, you've got 2 support Titans, which are just shooties, and then the other ones you just mix up. So it makes it easy. It sounds epic, but in practice, I wouldn't trust my rolls. You just, it's, the dices do make things more interesting, to say the least. But as I said earlier on, I've won games even though rolling poorly. I remember one game I actually just swapped my dice out because I was rolling so badly. I thought, "Oh, sod this!" I just swapped the dice, new dice, and I started getting better rolls. So it is that sort of superstitious. No, get rid of them. Get something new in. I haven't had to resort to buying new dice, luckily, but yeah, I just swapped them out. Even in 40k, I've done that where you keep on rolling really, really badly, and so you have to do something. So you just change your dice, and hopefully the dice gods are a bit more generous with you. But yeah, it's still such a fun game to play. Yeah, most of us pray to the dice gods. Yeah, you have to every now and again. Even if you're an atheist, you pray to the dice gods. Show me favour. Yeah, it's damn. I just really want to play a game now. No, I'm not going to sacrifice. No, you can, no. Don't listen to him. Don't listen. No, don't listen. He doesn't mean it. Sacrificing a warhound to the dice gods. No. Like the guy in Major League, the voodoo guy in Major League, the film, and he wants to sacrifice chicken. Oh, I need to sacrifice chicken to make my bat hit a home run. And they were reluctant, so they just got him a box of KFC. That's the sacrifice that I like. The secret herbs and spices. Oh yeah. All right. So, as I said, that's him pretty much done. Um, well, painting wise, obviously there's detailing to do, finishing off anything I want to do on the base as well. Well, the base is done anyway, but I don't just like to paint the rim black. But yeah, so I'll be varnishing him up over the next few days, and then doing some decals and touching up bits that need to be touched up, and addressing any sort of other little situations that need to be addressed with him. But yeah, so that's basically him taken care of. What do you mean I sacrificed children? Were you talking to Felix? But yeah, so that's the first warlord for Fortidus. Obviously, with Fortidus's rules, they do have a handy thing where you can swap out one of the mandatory titans for another type of titan, which I shall read you a story on that. So, because I need to refresh my memory. Oh, it's Legio Tony the Tiger. They're actually quite good, to be fair, and they're in a lot of the battles. Right, so where are we? Right, so Legio Fortidus. Yeah, so their traits for Legio Fortidus: never suffer penalties to their command checks, and may ignore effects that force them to re-roll successful command checks. Knight banners bonded to Legio Fortidus may re-roll command checks and avoid becoming shaken, provided they are within line of sight of one friendly Legio Fortidus Titan. So they would be good to be used with knights, support knight banner, especially, because there's no range on that. As long as you can see a Fortidus Titan, you get to re-roll for your knights, which is quite handy. Legio trait Lost Sons. Legio Fortidus battle group may alter one of its mandatory Titan components with of any of its mana pools, exchanging this mandatory component for a title of scale 10 or lower. Note, for the purposes of the mana pools rules, the replacement Titan does not count as the Titan type it is replacing. Originally, it did. So you could have a warlord as part of a Venator light mana pool, doing, the free fire shot, which obviously you'd probably go with a volcano, because if you drop the shields, you want to hit them with your biggest gun. Stratagems for the Red Planet, which cost 2. Stratagem can be purchased by any Legio Fortidus player. Legio Fortidus player may reveal the stratagem when activating a Titan. Until the beginning of the following game round, the Titan ignores the damage effects of critical damage to its head, body, or legs as chosen by the player when the stratagem is revealed. So if you've got a pretty smegged Titan, you can basically then say, I ignore the minus the critical damage effects, so like MIU feedback and all that sort of stuff, or even I don't know, that could be a bit tricky with like void shield generator. If you ignore the effects, so what do your shields come back? And then his last stratagem is Red Skies, which is 1 point. The stratagem can be purchased by any Legio Fortidus player. It reveals a stratagem, and the Titan suffers when one. So the Titan may reveal the stratagem when one of the Titans suffers magazine detonation or catastrophic meltdown result on the catastrophic damage table. See the Adeptus Mechanicus rulebook. And when resolving catastrophic damage effects, add 5 to the Titan's scale, which obviously affects the range. So a warlord going up, you'd then increase it to range 15. So yeah, was it page 15? I can't remember. Sorry, it's late. I can't remember. But yeah, it has an effect on that sort of jazz. So it's a range. Plus, obviously, your reactor as well. Yes. But yeah, they're quite a nice little Legio. They've got some interesting fluff. Obviously they got heavily battered because they were a Mars during the death of innocence, the start of the Martian rebellion, and they got absolutely mullered. It's Empire's back again. So, I mean, damn, you got to do what you got to do. This is 30k. Exactly, man. Ethics and morals, what are those? And a meet and greet from Artist Empire to the Military Apothecary. It's great to see you too. Chatting away. But yes, so a little tactical lesson there. So we all know what you're all doing. I know what I'm doing. Or do I? I don't know anymore. But yeah, I think that'll be it for today, for this evening. Thank you all for popping in, joining, saying hello, joining with the chat, liking, subscribing, and everything else. As I said, this little dude, I'm sure you'll see him appearing on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook in the very near future once I've finished up doing my little tidying bits and pieces and adding decals and all that. Probably going to aim to do that for Tuesday, because we all know that on Tuesday is Titanicus Tuesday. So it'll be good to just fiddle about with that when I can tomorrow, Monday evening, and get that all finished off. A little bit of added detail and adding of shade and stuff. But yeah, so once again, was it the fourth one done so far? Enjoying them immensely and enjoying having you guys join me and keeping me company, and likewise showing you how I go about painting these lovely little robots, which miniature apothecary is actually doing this Artist Empire. So you've got no excuse. We're all turning to titans. You must get titans. I demand titans. But anyway, as I said, thank you very much for joining me this evening, and I hope you all had fun. And just to say night to everyone. Sleep tight. Don't let those bed bugs bite. And yeah, take it easy. And we'll see you Wednesday with Artist Empire from 8 p.m. 7 p.m. BST, which is 2 p.m. EST. So yeah, see you all then. Take care. Bye.